Hello, hello. So to this week will unfortunately be a little bit of a unorthodox time, as you could probably already tell. Um, we are down a person, experiencing technical difficulties, and this is the last session of this grouping. So we are
Yeah.
continuing. Give me a second here.
Oh, I thought I was
So
muted. My bad.
so if there are any inconsistencies or things that you see that are off, uh just know that's why. But what we are going to start off with is a bit of a retcon because the on the player side, I want to give them another chance at going through the how they want a specific conversation to go, as well as on my side, I want to put a little bit more emphasis and give them a bit more time to actually RP certain things throughout the week that maybe didn't get focused on that maybe you should. So, that being said, no opening this week, no none of that. Said what we're going to do is we are going to rewind back to the conversation that was had with the boy that you all save. Allow me to get that. As here we are. Ba, ba, ba. We have, let me just type their name. That way people actually know their name. Then again, I believe you all, I don't actually remember if you all were told their name before, but I believe one of the first questions you'd probably be asking is, hey, so what's your name?
Yeah, no.
Mhm.
Instead of just hey you.
DLLATH. LLITAH. There we go. Ba, ba, ba. And I'm going to put it up here to where they're pinned, so you can all see them. Don't spoil yourself on their stat block unless you want to spoil yourself, but you can see them and their name. Their name would be pronounced Delethea. Delethea. Tia. Yeah, there we go. Delethea. Delethea? Yeah. As you've all brought them into the windmill, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How do you want this conversation to go? Basically, as they wake up, they're confused, and as I described before, they go to like wipe their eye, and one set of arms goes to wipe their eyes, and the other set basically come up over it. There's this almost like even though the other set of arms are much more dangerous, more almost like battle arms in a way, or they definitely seem as if there's this little bit of a disconnect in how they don't realize entirely like their height. They're about 5'1", 5'2". they were just like they were a child big enough to, you know, be held in the arms of a grown man before. So they went from like maybe like a little bit bigger than a toddler to a 5'2", you know.
They went from like able to be held in a grown man's arms to taller than Yukine.
Yeah.
They basically bombard you all with a slew of questions the moment they wake up. Where am I? Who are you? What's going on? Where's Dad?
Yoprai. Sorry,
Go
you go
ahead.
first, Shiro.
No, if you were about to say something, feel free.
Yoprai is gonna kind of like try and like, cause like they are like the two of them are kind of comparable size at this point. If I'm not wrong, he kind of like he doesn't get overly familiar, not his style, even at the best times. But he is kind of like just sitting next to the kid and just being like, "Hey," just kind of like just trying to help him be calm. He doesn't have any weapons summoned or anything. Just sort of like like when it's like what's going on, it's Yoprai would kind of just tell him, it's like, you're different now, but different isn't necessarily a bad thing. It will just, but it is, things are different right now. That's just kind of, yeah, that's just kind of how he would phrase things.
As Yoprai is taking on this kind of, it almost feels to me like a kind of, like brotherly support kind of role.
But what? Yeah.
Yukine is going to be answering the kids' questions. Like, where are we? We're at the windmill near this. Like, what happened? There was a battle. Where's Dad? And Yukine will give the news that his father has passed, and tell him, like, he wasn't who he said he was, and he was doing some bad things. And I imagine if he brought into like what kind of bad things, Yukine would, through gritted teeth, tell him that the intent was to use him as a battery, like as a magical battery. And I imagine during this time, since Komei's not here, I don't mind saying this, and I imagine during this time, Leon is trying to, like, kind of keep it so the kid doesn't, like, spiral.
Yeah. And Yoprai's also trying to be, like, kind of an emotional support.
I imagine Leon's taking a more lighthearted approach to it. Tends to be what he does.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
Basically, he's the one answering questions.
Anything else, or am I free to take the next step?
Well,
Sweaty? Oh, sorry.
no, that's a good point. Sweaty, do you have anything?
No.
Okay.
But when you say next step, do you mean like move to the next scene, or what do you mean?
No. I mean more next step in this scene.
Okay, then I think what I plan to do is wait like for the next step. Yeah.
Okay. So something that is apparent to pretty much all of you, I'm pretty sure, via your different skill sets. I believe amongst you all have wisdom, medicine, or arcana.
Mm-hmm.
You mean insight?
Sorry, yeah, not wisdom. Insight. Blah. Insight, wisdom, or arcana. Insight, medicine, or arcana.
Yes, I do have insight.
Okay.
I actually don't. I have a good wisdom score. I don't actually have proficiency in wisdom or anything.
Do you have insight, medicine, or arcana?
Nope.
I have all three.
I have a
Great.
5 in I have a +5 in insight and medicine.
Do me a favor and make just a wisdom check then. You're also a tiefling, and what's happening right here might be something that you can pick up on.
Yeah, that's a 7.
That's a 7. Okay, so it
I don't have
probably
any fate
due
points.
to the due to how long ago it was for you when you awakened to some of your to your like abilities. It's a bit of a shock of what happens next, but they seem to almost like go into this almost like shock, kind of stunned at hearing this, almost like falling into a bit of almost like this despair for a moment before this wave of almost anger and aggression comes forward, as they don't seem to be attacking, but more just like
They're upset.
they're upset and they don't know their body, so basically their movements end up like lashing out at individuals near them without realizing, like just like no, you're wrong, with just like one hand ends up turning into almost a claw to someone with the other. And there's this kind of like I said, like it just, they don't understand their body as it is now, and normal movements and actions cause larger potential consequences. But most of you are, one, skilled enough or just able to kind of realize what's going on. Yoparai, unfortunately, it's not until you are nearly like cut by one of these claws that you see burns with this strange light that you are like, you know, that you have to basically like, what do I do here, before you see the others like look at you with like a kind of like a relax, we think we know what's going on. And it's only at that point that you then remember when you first awakened to your primal power all those years ago.
Just let me know when I can respond.
They do calm down. Just as I imagine you all go to walk them down from this anger,
Yeah.
they do calm down. But at this point, they're kind of just sat and slumped back now and looking down at their legs, looking down at their body and seeing how much bigger they are. They ask why they've grown. This is an immediate indicator to all of you that the fact that that is their only question involving their body means that while all of you saw a child, that was obviously of like a small tan-skinned human boy. They saw something very different. They saw their body as it is now,
Just smaller.
just smaller.
Okay. Alright. In that case,
Yeah, I'll leave
You
back. I'll
can-
toss it back over to you guys.
okay. In that case, Yukine is going to coordinate with Yoparai a little bit, if you're okay with that, Dragon.
Yeah.
And Yukine is going to give kind of a, like, here's the theory. And I'm actually going to attempt to verify this theory by casting Detect Magic with my last 2 spell points. Basically, he's going to explain that what we think happened because you always looked different than this to us. We think what happened is that you were transformed and that there was a spell cast on you to make you think you looked like normal. And then he's going to kind of give a motion to Yoparai to continue with what he was doing before with like the relating bit with the tiefling stuff. Like, these are some big changes, and he thinks that someone who's been through something like this before will be able to give better emotional support as much as Yukine can give the Yukine can absolutely give the logical side of it.
Yeah, Yoparai's going to say kind of. He says, like, once again, it's like, you know, you're more unique, and you know, now people are going to kind of see your more unique side, and they may not always react favorably, fortunately, but you can kind of be who you really are now, and it's you can also discover who that is now. In fact, Yoparai also wants to like kind of hold out his hand like towards like either hand that he wants to. You want to see how strong you are? Let's test this out. Kind of just like
And you, Leon, going, I wonder if you can fly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was another thing. And
Yeah.
as
Yeah, basically-
go ahead.
And that'd be
Yoparai
so
wants
cool.
to like clasp hands and like help him test his strength so he can help you start getting used to it, like to his like newfound strength.
Yeah, they at that point will kind of like almost they reach out with their like smaller set of hands, the ones that are more like, well, person sized.
Mhm.
And they reach out with you as the other hand reaches out, and they see that, and then it seems like they almost have to like think like a bit to actually like pull that hand back and to realize like how to do that. But they do start squeezing with with the set of hand that they give you, and it's you are strong enough and tough enough that you, even though you can tell that this child is far stronger than any child.
He's not gonna break my hand here.
Yeah, even though he's far stronger than any child, this is to the point where you could either pretend to make him feel stronger, or you could just play it up, or you could just like, he's not gonna hurt you.
But this is
nothing to you.
a point where I'm trying to help him realize how strong he is. So like, Yoparai for the most part is kind of just gonna be honest with it and be like, but he will kind of like help him realize like what the upper limit of his strength looks like, as well as just kind of like give a reasonable reaction, like, damn, like you really are strong.
They're like you know, like very much like a almost like shock and awe kind of thing, like, really? and something that is made aware by Tiki, with all the skills that you possess, is that it's not that they seem to have short-term memory loss or they seem to forget things quickly, but it seems as if their reaction almost too okay with being betrayed. There was definitely anger, like real genuine emotion before, but there's something that you look at there and go, this isn't the normal human reaction to this.
See.
Like, normal people don't react to information in this way. So they certainly, whatever they are now, it's certainly not of a normal humanoid kind of anything. They're not a humanoid race of any kind. Just very obviously. Just from their, like, how they react to betrayal. And they seem to almost be just not brushing it off, but just like they're more focused on the moment. Yeah, they're moving on a little quickly for the information that was just given to them. That's something that you particularly notice, that is just like a little check mark of, okay. But yeah, this is something that does, as this goes on, you use your detect magic, and no, there's, I mean, it definitely seems as if there is a faint magical aura just coming from them, but it's no different than, say, for instance, put it this way, it's faint enough that you wouldn't notice if they were not sitting right in front of you. You would never notice it.
While that's happening, is there anything else I notice within the 30 feet that comes up on Detect Magic?
Within this area, no, not particularly. Assuming that you guys are in the windmill.
Yep.
Nothing is in the windmill immediately that you'd take as and everybody who might proc are all outside.
Okay. You know what Chiro was looking for.
No, I don't.
Okay, what Chiro is looking for is the what happened to the magic that went off of Evastali. One of my theories, or not Evastali, Lafasi. One of my theories was that it was absorbed by the child. That appears to be wrong.
No, it was not. This child does not seem to have any wild magical auras of grand design. Nope. It seems like they're just a child, albeit quite large and monstrous.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright.
Yeah. They like, after Yoprai does that, and Leon is like, with the whole I bet you could fly.
Wonder if you can fly.
They kind of like look at their back, and they're just like, I've never been able to before. But then they're just like, but then they, after testing that with Yoprai, they intentionally lift their other arm. And they're just kind of like, maybe? I haven't been able to do that before. They're just, lifting their other arm. It's much bigger and stronger.
Good try.
It's
Test that once we get
likely
outside.
be around this time that we put together the illusion thing, correct?
No, we already did.
Yeah. It seems to be a theory that they are not, that there was an illusion placed on the child, but yeah, no, or rather,
You
yeah.
were polymorphed before. While you may have seen wings, it was only you seeing them.
They're the little like fluff antenna that they have coming like almost like from their eyebrow begin to like move at this unintentionally. They just kind of tilt their head and maybe like very like their voice seems to have once again deepened a bit, but there's very much this like maybe kind of
There's this childlike quality to it.
yeah.
Maybe that's something to test out once you're outside. Well, basically, Yukine just says, like, maybe that's something to test out once you're outside, and then from there, he'll probably transition into talking about how we're gonna take him to his brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Yobright also just assures him, like, his brother's going to understand, and they'll make sure of that.
Okay. And, please, if there's anything else, as we're about to step to after this, we're going to step to them actually on their way back home, which I think we did rather well last time.
I think that was great.
Yeah.
The last thing there that Yukine is going to do is just basically just have a moment of like I guess more supporting Yoparai in his moment of like things are gonna be hard from now on, but you'll be okay, kind of thing.
Okay.
And your brother will be there, and we'll be there, at least for a bit.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, with all of that, we all move to them leaving the windmill, seeing everything, and I'm going to take the result from last time with the save where there's this feeling that they like very obvious that they're like upset by seeing this battlefield and realizing what must have happened here. But they did succeed their save, and so there's no there's no pain or emotion that like explodes out from this. But yeah.
Once we're outside, if that detect magic would still be going, am I able to sense anything off?
Anything off? If you're looking for the area itself, it definitely seems as if there is magic in the air as an elemental, and their body is mostly like turned to this
Mostly
energy.
dissolved at this point.
Yeah, it's like dissolved and turned to this like dissipated into this energy just in the ambient area. The Vampiress, if we want to be all, fancy about it, she is very obviously has magic items or things on her. The priest also seems to have some magic items or something on them, although it's hard to really tell for both of them where they're exactly keeping them. They seem to be, but they're powerful enough that you can get a faint idea of their aura. But it's hard to be like, I'm gonna see what type of magic it is. It's like you don't have any direct eye line on it.
What about the place where Lafasi died?
I mean, the body's been destroyed by this point.
Yeah, that's why I specified the place.
But once again, there are no hotspots in this area that you can reasonably tell.
Okay.
It seems like the entire area has this hum of magic that's hard to really pin down.
Okay. Yeah, we can move on then.
Now, with after that, let us move to let's actually take this and move to Felix and Yukine during your training, during the training together with you two.
Gotcha.
In that case, Wolf, I thank you for recording this first part. My power is now back, so I can take it again.
Hey, early.
Comment.
Yeah, earlier
I
than
want only Wolf appreciation in the comments. God damn it.
All right. All right. We're back on the normal format again. Thank you, Wolf, for recording that first bit of session while I was having technical difficulties.
All right. And go with this. All right. As Felix, what I described about the training last time that you noticed is still present here. Do you remember?
I remember very much the game that he seemed to almost move to where he needed to be before it was time, once he really got into the rhythm of it.
Mm-hmm. It very much seemed almost supernatural. It's hard to believe once again, because of the suddenness and the level of skill that would require without it being this reactive kind of thing, he would either be somehow been able to predict it, or he is, well, quite literally predicting it. Like, almost like seeing it before it's happening level of prediction. But during all of that time, it's only short burst.
13 seconds, if I recall.
That was the longest at the end, and by that point, your eye was strained to the point where you would effectively have needed a rest.
Yeah.
Like a night's rest.
At that point. Actually, if you have anything to say about that, Felix, go ahead first.
But that would have been by the end. That would have been like the last time doing this. So I'm gonna leave this up to both of you. for went on
Yeah.
during this training? Like this conversation, you two.
Well, we want to start at the end or conversation during?
Up to you two. I'm basically
asking
leaving
Chiro.
it up. Oh, okay, Chiro, got it. Sorry.
No, your
Uh,
answer's good too. Just
I
to
have
make sure.
something to bring up at the end once you guys aren't training. But if you have stuff to bring up during training, then go ahead.
Mostly as before, the conversations during would be more casual talk, maybe asking bits about the deep wood and what that was like. Both A, as casual conversation with a friend, and B, because with the type of game this is, the less focus you have to put into it and the more things you can do while doing it, the more effect it's having.
I like to imagine that there's a point during that predictive state where he answers a question before you ask it.
Would that be a possibility of happening, Sip? Or is that a bit beyond the eye at the moment?
It'd be probably a little frustrating for him because he would be hearing it like he'd be basically hearing it almost like twice, almost like a delay on a video, except he'd be basically hearing what he's saying, then hearing him say it again directly after, like we're talking milliseconds between one another. So it's less hearing it, before it happened and then answer. It's more like, oh, that's screwy.
It's like
Oh,
it's
that's
two
screwy.
slightly offset tracks. Yeah.
It's like
Oh,
reverb,
yeah, that's.
but like without a delay at a certain point.
Oh
So
boy.
it's weird. It's not quite a hears it before it happens and answers. It's more like, whoa.
In that case, he at a point answers some of the questions like a half a second before you finish asking, kind of thing. At the end though, once you guys are done with training,
He would come over as you get the big headache with the last one. And just started off easy. You've already figured out how to train that eye relatively quickly, so careful not to push yourself too much when you don't know you're good.
He has like one hand over the eye, putting pressure. Probably a good idea to stop here. Right. The information you told us on the giant brain thing was useful, but I got a little more. As he pulls out a book and we'll flip to the page where he wrote down all the stuff about the hulking brain. Just hand it over to you. It's a book you've seen him writing quite frequently.
He's kind of taken notice of it being kind of your notes sheet. The sheet being an understatement, but you get what I mean. But has not dug too much into it, but he'll read over and see what information's there that he didn't know or didn't think would pop up, or however it is.
At the point where you get to the part where it says basically how like, yeah, the psionic scream is not hearing based. If you gave any look at that, or any particular look at that, he would just respond with, I had to test it myself. Figured it'd be good to know. If earplugs could mitigate that issue.
Thorough, but
If earplugs,
risky.
the fight was pretty much over at that point. I didn't exactly think that our newfound allies would be immediately attacking us. From what you described, I thought I could take it. And I could. Doesn't mean it's not painful. He's shifted to, instead of putting pressure on the eye, just closing the eye at this point.
Knowing your enemy for the future.
Yeah, and knowing the enemy for my students' futures as well. This is something I plan to show.
The circle, then.
Yes, it's something I plan to be part of their education. At least, even if not in this much detail, I at least want the members of my circle to have some knowledge on the things that they'll have to go up against. Because while other circles may do their jobs by, well, many other circles may focus on doing their jobs in promoting the growth of nature. What we specialize in, at least from what I've been able to gather, is rooting out what will hold it back. And from what I've observed many times, these threats come from the supernatural. Though,
Thing to pick up on.
I also just think it'd be
Something a lot of those connected in this area are facing problems with right now.
He nods. There's... I wish I could have gotten a bit more information on the luck-eating creature in the basement, but not much I can gather from it now that it's exploded. Just from what I've gathered, it was contributing, at the very least, to the corruption of the ley line.
I see.
He takes back the book, closes it, and puts it back in his bag.
While we're on that topic, tell me, have you heard of the Bronzewood Throne?
Yes.
Have I?
yes, you have. That's in fact part of your education, and as from your mother.
Ah, so this isn't even a roll for it kind of thing.
No. They're actually a prominent court. They have motifs of fire, sunlight. They also have motifs of what's it called? Well, to just give you an idea, the symbol that is kind of their whole thing is a bronze tree that is basically its leaves are on fire, and its leaves burn upward.
So its leaves are on
And if I,
fire,
like,
or its leaves are fire?
it's basically its leaves are fire. Like
Okay.
its leaves are fire and burn upward. Rather than whipping everywhere, it's like no, it's like that's the whole idea. And the tree and its roots kind of move down, and they move into this circle that goes around and almost creates like this like circular like pendants that almost looks like, how do I put this? Almost reminds you of wings.
Reminiscent of.
They are a rather prominent court. Their territory, at least how you knew it, was quite some distance away, and was they had more dealings with the outside than others, but predominantly they were a group who was almost like mercenaries. I don't want to use the word mercenary because sometimes it can have a negative connotation, but that's really what they were. They would handle problems, and they would
receive payment for it.
They would receive payment for it.
They were
their
hired
payment
to handle problems, and they were paid for it.
Exactly. However, their payment often was preferred in the method of history, or items from the or history and or items from, you know, the Common Axis. Very unorthodox for a territory. However,
so history of the Common Axis as well, or just history in general?
well, history in general, but with a preference towards the Common Axis. They seem to have this like interest in that for some reason, but they're just generally like a bunch of do-gooders who go around and live and give their service. However, they almost always seem to not have enough people, and many of the individual, like they are one of the few groups that just regularly take in individuals, like adopt individuals who are, you know, willing to come under them and just be a part of them. However, this often means that it's a process, because part of their whole thing is, if you are one of them, truly, then you are one of them. Like, there's a full-on change that happens with you. Like, you metamorphosize. So you're not allowed to just go and come back as you please. No, it's none of that. But once you are a part of them, there's no mistaking. The only way that you could be mistaken is if you don't see them in action, but they're supposedly, every member of them seems to be this, like...
When you say they metamorphosize, do you mean physically or, like...
Physically.
Oh, physically.
Physically. Yes. So a dryad that goes to them might transform into the wood of their body changes. For instance, if there's any kind of fae, they would change in some way to show that they are a part of this group now. This is a decision that is if you make this, you are committing to this.
Okay.
There's no going back. But yeah, no, you 100% know about this. Once again, they're rather small, yet for as small as they are, there's a lot of news about their doings. Many of their people die, as well, and that's why they're so small.
Yeah, I thought
but
that's why they had such a low population.
But they are also willing to take in people that are willing to undergo the change to be a part of them. This is Deepwood knowledge. Like, this is straight up just things that's like, no, you just know about this, you have formal education in this, and grew up just doing this, like, learning about this.
Yeah. They're still small, despite their willingness to take on new members. Alright. He won't blow that all to you yet. He'll just look at you like, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I met one who may be willing to provide us some aid later.
Aid with something here or something there? He kind of points down and then points to the general direction of Dalmasca.
Here, they keep an eye on this area.
See. What if they ask for a return?
He thinks for a minute. Mostly they're wanting to have a reason to step out.
Step out into the common access. Suppose that lines up with what I know. Their group seems to have a fascination with the common access for some reason, or at least a very marked interest among their group.
The last bits of information that she had gotten, besides you lot, was of, I believe, Dimitri.
Lafasi.
Lafasi, sorry. Lafasi.
Oh, good. I get them mixed up too.
And when they had stolen, when someone had helped them steal the power.
So you've confirmed where the source of the power was, what the source of the power was?
You had your thoughts, and she had mentioned, when I brought it up, that a Darkling had stolen power from the Wild Hunt for a reason. Basically, they had no choice, but they're somewhere out here supposedly living normal.
What's up?
What, bruh?
That sounds a little familiar right there.
What? Nah, that's totally nothing that you definitely don't have information on. What are you talking about? Anyway, what do you want to know?
So that's the kid we're looking for's mom that was killed like a month or a few months ago, right?
Indeed it is.
And Lafasi.
Was it a few months ago? I could have sworn it was a bit over a year ago.
It might have been a bit over a year ago. I'll have to check. I have it written down. Let me actually check that before I go making conclusions because this is kind of there are some strings connecting here that I don't want to get tangled. But you can
Just generally speaking, can I get an intelligence check from both of you just so I can know how much I'm allowed to help?
Yes, I will do that.
Because there's a
Nat 2021.
A lot of Nat 2021. All right, take your fate point and 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Only a 9. Low roll.
Only a 9? That honestly makes sense considering the amount of information that you have.
Nat 2021.
All
I was
right.
gonna say I don't have this information, so I would have had to hear minor bits in passing to put this together.
Yeah, you would have had to somehow piece together little bits that you've heard in passing. So 9 makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. So I'm trying to find it, but thoughts that are blooming in my head. LaFosse took the power from the Darkling who fled the Deepwood after killing her. That's where my
after
thoughts
killing her.
go.
LaFosse's been here for longer than that.
That's
He's been
true.
there for longer than that.
That's true.
No,
Felix.
what Felix just said is the
Mhm.
Darkling stole the power, yes, but it was to get out of a situation of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying
So that's so with that so Chiro, just to give you this, I'm pretty sure it was about it was not a few months ago. The
Okay.
boys disappeared about a month or so ago, about a month, few weeks, month, something like that.
Hmm.
Their mom, well, not their, one of the boys' mothers, died a little bit ago. Believe, something like around over a year. I know it's over a year. Me, it's probably more. But yeah. Like a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
2 years. And with the 21, I can actually help you a little bit. How much information do you have on LaFosse and the goings on and the rumors about him?
This is why I write notes, everyone.
Specifically around him and his family.
I heard rumors about his children and how he adopted them.
Mm-hmm.
As far as LaFosse's family,
Specifically involving his children.
specifically involving his children,
Mm-hmm.
one of them apparently came from Dalmasca.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it came directly from the Abulon family, if I recall. Is that incorrect?
I believe so.
Okay.
So, let me help you. Let me help you out. One of his children, well, he adopted just about 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
One of them he's had for a good number of years now, like maybe 5, 10. He's been in this area for, well, quite a little bit now, something like around, at least in the public eye, around 15, 20, maybe a little bit more. which is, odd with how, young and handsome he looked, but, good genes, I guess, or magic. The Darkling mother disappeared about 2-ish years ago. Maybe like a year and a half ago.
Right, and there was no body ever found, right?
No body ever found.
Hold on.
And,
Iron Key disappeared around 2 years ago. Sorry, keep talking.
then you have, yeah, and, well, there's just about, let's see, what else? Let's see. How much more can I help with a 21?
So, fun fact, and this might help answer your question just now, Sabe. Felix, you see Ikne bring out another journal and flip to a specific page that has details from when he talked with the old man. Because I did make a comment at the time that he was writing down the information about this mission that he that he gathered. As he flips through it, and he lands on that and starts reviewing information as he's thinking.
Okay. The blink dog that the old man has is not his own, and it was the mother's blink dog. Hey Felix, there's a blink dog.
So they're still in the area.
The mother, however, died mysteriously, missing, assumed dead.
She went missing and it was assumed dead around 2 years ago. And her son went missing a month ago. We checked out the area they were said to be near, and basically I'm going to relay, hey, here's what we found at the area where the boys used to hang out, and I'm going to emphasize the fact that we found evidence that location had been being stalked for quite some time before they actually disappeared. Like someone had set up hiding spots and stuff.
Investigation check from Felix. This music doesn't fit. Hold on. Man, I need to pull out some Sherlock kind of music.
I don't like rolling low. We're gonna roll this again.
Fair enough.
Or I'm gonna get another low roll out of the way. Is what it is.
Can I be... No, I don't have any proficiency in investigation, but can I give a bonus with the information I'm giving? So I'm showing him the book?
Nope. The information that you're giving him is the reason why he's able to make the roll.
Yeah, that's fair.
12 then.
12? Okay. Luckily, 12 does give you something, but not everything. So, with what you're seeing here, let me just... heck. No.
Need to get the OBEX sticker.
No, that's ambient.
That works.
All right, close enough.
Yeah,
that works.
that works.
Okay. So, on this bright day,
On this bright, sunny
Both.
day.
the both of you going through this, specifically with that 12 in investigation, you, looking at Yukine's notes, piece together that apparently what must have went on here was that whoever was stalking them, and with the information that they found, were probably supernatural or vampiric or something not normal. Because they, from the description of what Yukine is given, even if he has like a small easy a sketch kind of like stick figure-esque drawing of the distance and explaining, it's like you would have to be very good at your job, like professional or supernatural, to be at the distance they were at and not be found. Now, if they were vampires, somehow they were able to operate during the day, which, while rare, is not impossible, but is exceedingly rare, or takes some kind of equipment that even you're not sure of. Like, your organization isn't entirely sure of how they would go about doing this. But they might have something like that. It is possible. Like, there's been rumors about it. So it's possible, at the very least.
In the
But
area
that would mean-
that could get through the barriers. Either
Barrier-
there's a very skilled normal person
Yeah.
or a still skilled vampire who can bypass sunlight.
Either bypassed or withstand or something. Either way, it definitely doesn't feel like, even if they're just normal, teenage to, 20-year-olds, this feels professional. Looking at the information that he brought up about Lafasi, it definitely seems as if there's some connection between the disappearance of these two, the fact that somebody was watching them, and Lafasi. Because why would this happen? This feels a little too, happenstance,
And since he, as the cult, had ties to Cinna, and I do believe we know some that can. Don't
One
miss-
Daywalker. During this, Yukine actually pulls out a iron key. And
Hey.
Seppi, what
Yes.
did we get from the identify on this key?
Allow me to pull that up real quick. As it is here it is. An iron key with a tarnished alabaster flame, basically insignia where you would turn the key. A jail cell key is what you got from the identify.
Okay, that's all.
That's all.
Yukine just looks at this. Mother disappeared and was presumed dead. Child is perhaps. See, we'll he will put it away. As gears are turning, but nothing's clicking yet. So,
Does he say what the key's for?
yeah, sure, why not? I'll mention this was a key that Lafasi was holding, that was on Lafasi's person. Lafasi is a fae, and this is made of iron.
This would have been a bitch to touch with his bare skin.
Yeah. And he would mention how when it was identified, it was said that it was the key to a jail cell. Any response?
Did we get any details on what the cult was providing for Senna?
Yes.
If we did, yeah. Just having a hard time remembering the moment.
They
Were
provided
there people?
people. They were also providing sometimes like resources for gear. Since this place has resources, just the 3 towns in general. And they would also sometimes provide them with like money when it's necessary.
There's a large chance you may find your missing people in the Senna's. Imagine. Castle. Hold on.
With the information we have so far, does that sound plausible, Seb?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. We'll have to research your dungeons.
Going through all the information, let me have do both of you basically sit down and swap all the information both of you have
I imagine
on
since
this
we're
whole
starting this, it's like, oh, might as well share information. He does tell you the name of the woman. Both of them.
the woman?
The Darkling.
Ah, I see. Okay.
I tell you both her human name and the name she went by before.
Is there any information that you keep back from one another?
Or
Sources,
As long as we are in a
specific
relatively
names.
safe spot, where I don't think anyone's listening in.
or you
Oh, sure.
He makes sure to keep the name of who provided this information on the down low, like quieter. But other than that, no.
Okay. In that case, with the sharing of information between the two of you, I'll allow one more intelligence check. One of you decide who is going to lead it, and the other one will be giving a d6 to the roll.
I'd say you go ahead, Felix. I got a +1.
Wow.
God damn.
Well, there you go.
25.
With all the information basically shared amongst you two, and Felix, I just need to know: do you give the name of your source of this information, or do you leave that out of the current discussion?
Out of respect, he'll leave that out.
Okay. So with this, the both of you put together that there's a few things that stand out. One, the disappearance of the Darkling was shortly after Lafasi acquired Dahali. And this likely means that this woman was probably under Lafasi's thumb. Kind of like a blackmail situation for the majority of this, since they had stolen from probably one of the most dangerous places that they could steal reasonably. The dead king of the Wild Hunt. Stealing that magic and providing it to another is no simple feat. So to steal from that individual, to steal from the dead king of the Wild Hunt and give it to Lafasi, who by all rights likely was a lower fae of some sort before they received this power, this was likely like what elevated Lafasi. And this individual likely didn't want anything to do with them. Hence why when they were traveling, they weren't traveling in the common axis. They were likely traveling through the Deepwood and encountered an individual who allowed them passage as long as they swore to live a life as a normal person, which leads to why they likely had a relationship with an individual initially upon leaving. This individual was a dwarf. And later on fell in love, actually this time, with an older gentleman that would come to be the one they have a child with.
Andre del Escriban.
This is your very experienced tailor, that his son and the son of the other man went missing. Now, this is likely, when she went missing, she might have got away, but it's fair to say Lafasi was tying up loose ends since he had gained Dahali around the same time she was here, no longer needing her, and the only person alive who knew, at least in their mind, what happened, likely was eager to tie up loose ends.
Wait, he gained Dahali shortly after or shortly before?
Shortly before, he gained Dahali shortly before he killed her, or assumedly killed her, since he likely would have been eager to tie up loose ends, since this person would be the only one who knew and were the accomplice in the crime. This being... Now, all this being said, this means Dahali is actually rather young. We're talking 2-ish years old? Maybe a little bit older? Maybe 3, 4? Because when they got here, they all the spells that were needed, basically everybody saw them as like a 4-year-old, 5-year-old kid. And when you all saw them, they were like,
6.
maybe 6, 7, 6, 6. So magic was certainly involved in all of that. All of this being said, the idea that the son was captured because of their connection to this whole plot makes sense. If they were captured and given away purely because, well, they're the last living relative of this individual. Getting them out of the picture would make sense.
Make sure they
Gaining-
weren't told anything.
Exactly. And they're also a fae, one that they can't reasonably manipulate or control. So, get them out of the picture.
And with the kind of stuff Sin has been up to tinkering with things, even if not for blood, would have been a nice offering.
That might explain
Looking
why
at-
the Grandel boy.
And as far as why the other boy, well, likely just wrong place, wrong time.
Probably.
They happened to be together and
They were
might
together
as
quite
well,
frequently, so might as well. Yeah.
if anything, more blood.
More blood for vampires never hurts.
Mm-hmm. And as far as looking at that iron key, likely giving a fae an iron key is likely a good way to get them to not show it off, since they wouldn't want it. And if that is any indication, Senna doesn't do things by half measures, and likely has, a prison that can keep all kinds of individuals.
The cell is likely made of iron as well.
Yeah.
Because usually a key pairs with a like-made lock.
So, something that I feel the need to bring up in this moment that he would have told you before, rather, while you were sharing information. Evastali knows a secret of Raphael's. Raphael's one of the missing boys. Evastali was good friends with both boys that went missing.
Mm-hmm.
And Evastali, one of the things he was told was Evastali knows the secret of Raphael, but he hasn't told anyone.
Mm-hmm. Raphael being one of the boys.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe I know the name of the other boy. Yeah, I
Don't
just
believe
have it
so.
in my inventory in my notes as Grandel's son. Because I know his last name is Grandel.
Is that the Darkling?
No, the Darkling is named Zelvana Escriva, or in her human form, or her name before was Thundala.
I mean, her child.
Her child,
Oh, her child?
Raphael.
Yeah, Raphael.
That makes sense.
And yeah. LaFosse knows what LaFosse was likely trying to keep, loose ends, and Raphael likely knows what they are.
Kind of hard to hide from your kid. Hey, you're half Fae. 'Cause there's gonna be some magical ability that passes down most times.
So, yeah. All in all, as you both,
You're missing people.
yeah, you kind of sit down and put this together, and well, here you go. You have pretty much all the information.
Yeah, we just don't know what that secret is. Or we can guess, but we don't know exactly what the secret is. Something to bring up with Evastali.
Yes, when we find them.
Yeah.
One at a time, guys.
Well, that was just me basically confirming, like, yeah, just something to ask when we find him. We know where he is.
All right.
I think that's everything from me.
Still.
Oh.
Yeah, we've gotten a little off from our original stuff, but it's still moving us forward.
Repeat that?
So we've gotten a little off of where we started, but still important stuff. Needless to say, a member of the throne is willing to try and help with one of the problems, likely either the desecration or the ley line.
Well, the desecration is contributing to the ley line. But if this individual wants to tackle the ley line itself, I have information for them.
Will be good for after this.
Also, best not to make deals when you're not actually each other.
She simply requested that I let her know information and gave me a token to talk to her. What we can.
I suppose something you can pass on to them then. And I am going to tell Felix about the pool of negative energy water in the Underdark below us.
So everything involving what you know about the ley line problem.
Yeah.
So there's apparently an entire, like, let's call it a colony of shadows at a point near the groundwater of this like an aquifer, I believe it is, of this location, and where the ley line is beneath that aquifer. There's a whole lot of shadows there. One, if those shadows somehow make it out, that's a disaster waiting to happen.
It's a plague.
If they just stay there, they're going to continue to pollute the area with negative energy. And apparently, due to the curse that has been placed on the Arcadia Brewery family, and the creature that was present, well, not really the creature that was present, but the curse that was present, there's an area of basically negative energy bleeding into the ley line, or bleeding into water, which is bleeding into the ley line. Effectively, radioactive waste, in a way.
How much negative energy and desecration has been spread around this place?
That's what I'm saying.
However,
It's so much.
yeah.
It's so much. That's why when you said they're
my friend,
that's why
we're busy.
when you said, like, oh yeah, they're willing to handle the ley line, at first I was like,
oh, well, the desecration is contributing to that. And then I was like, hold up.
Yeah,
No, there's other things.
So, here's the thing. I'm just gonna give you, Felix, since you know, because you saw them and were able to actually see their aura. They know how to do something that not really anyone else, barring one other individual, maybe two other individuals that you've ever met. The one that punted you through a house,
Mm-hmm.
and the one that you know who have been the only ones who know how to actually hide, or rather restrict and like kind of pull back their aura. That's not really a thing most know how to do, and they knew how to do that without actually ever having known truly about what auras are. They're likely really strong.
Yeah, she's likely magnitudes more powerful than she looks.
Yes. Definitely weaker than the one who punted you through a house, but
How much is
likely
being suppressed?
exactly. Like they are likely stronger than well, they're likely stronger than like most, like the dryad that you saw. You could probably estimate maybe like 20 times stronger than that dryad.
And
Considering how, she talked about casual conversation with the nymph and learning these guys. And, some of the other stuff. Yeah.
Like, it's just an approximate, like 10 to 20. It's like it's a magnitude or two higher. But
yes.
she
Sorry.
likely she can likely take care of one of these problems easily.
Underground light.
Then yeah, the shadows are likely to take care of.
Well, specifically,
Desecration, well, it may take a bit, will be handled.
Specifically, what was found was it is a place where it is a location beneath the land of the sun where negative energy is pooling and attracting undead and creatures that feed on it. Shadows are among that, and in parentheses I have water is not drinkable, Kome. I assume there's context behind that, but I just don't remember.
Chug, no.
Probably. Yeah, no. If you can get them on that, that would be incredibly helpful, because the big thing with the ley line, at least, and this is a place where Yukine has some information that you might not even have. The big thing with the ley line that's here, and corrupted ley lines in general, because there are apparently quite a few in Lunarvon. The thing is, they are themselves a part of a cycle of energy that the planet partakes in. And what's happening if it's corrupted, it means that essentially upstream, there is a source of this corruption that is being continually, like, it is continually producing something that is making the ley line unhealthy.
And if it's a cycle, then it's the same thing as somebody going septic.
If something is corrupting the ley lines, that means that whatever it is either cannot be broken down by the singularity, which he would give you a brief. Basically, it's the part of a ley line that breaks down matter into magic.
This is new information to you. Just gonna put that out there. Anything he says about the ley line is basically new information to you, for the most part.
It either can't be broken down by the singularity, meaning it's basically like something that's stuck in a vein that's blocking blood flow kind of thing, or that's like tainting it.
Like a blood clot, yeah.
Yeah, like a blood
That's
clot.
a good analogy.
Or the second option is that it's not something that happened, it is something that is continuously happening. There is continuous negative energy, or whatever, being fed into this to keep it this way.
Hence this pool.
Yes. And this
Bingo.
pool is most likely a result of that. And since more negative energy is feeding into the pool still, if this pool is not taken care of, the ley line will not recover on its own.
Always more work out of us here.
Luckily, you can outsource this one.
Well, luckily... Yeah, I was literally about to say, luckily we can outsource for this one. I assume you have it covered, but if they do need more information, I have some ancient history I can give. Particularly about the migration. Well, particularly
Once
about the
we've dealt
origins
with-
of my people.
Once we've dealt with some of it, then we can come back to that. Maybe you can chat with her with me. Still,
Still?
since you have figured out a way to train with your eye, keep it up, but do be careful using it too much against Bloodcaller.
I don't think I'll be able to use it against Bloodcaller. At least not in the way I've been trying to. I'm nowhere near a point where I can utilize this in actual combat. I'll have to...
Next time, maybe try fruit. And have whoever you're partnered with call out one of them. Go for that one with your spear.
Maybe. I think as far as Bloodcaller goes, I'm gonna have to just continue putting a bit more strain on myself, at least until that fight's over. Though, until then, he kind of pats his quiver. Gives me a bit of a chance to get some practice in with my bow. The composition of our group doesn't lend itself terribly well to my range tactics.
I've noticed.
Oftentimes it's better for me to be in the front with Yoperai than in the back.
Yes, but if you all ever deal with an opponent that can fly,
Well,
things will become more of a problem.
if we are dealing with an opponent that can fly, glad I have my bow. And I need to get Yoperai to pick up a javelin.
I think I can help him handle some range later. He's got other things to focus on for now, though.
It's helpful to have in any case.
And if I may butt in,
Mm-hmm.
I think this might be a good spot to transition over to Yoperai.
Hello.
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 I'm gonna get you to pick up a javelin one day, boy.
Why? I have everything I need.
Indeed. Anyway, speaking of everything you need, you are going to read the martial arts manuscript.
Yes, I was.
All right.
Did we do for rolls for that? I don't think we did rolls for that.
Don't believe we did, actually.
Weirdly, one of the few things we didn't roll for before that game.
So, going to read this. Last you left off, if I remember correctly, was moving more towards tactics. More the idea of the manuscript moves from before. What it was doing was more talk of philosophy to get your mind in the right space for combat, to understand philosophies involving combat. Now you've since passed this point and happily have begun to start understanding some of what Mishu taught you, but also even begun explaining your understandings to a student. But this next part was one that you did struggle with a little bit, and it goes more into tactics, the strategy of fighting, of a martial artist, but it seems to take that from not just a martial artist perspective. It seems to take it a step further beyond that. And I need you to make me one an investigation roll, 2 just a straight intelligence check, and 3 a wisdom check.
Okay. Here comes the investigation. 4.
Yeah, okay. Progress through the book won't be the highest, but
Intelligence.
let's see. Okay, well,
Wait, point.
Are you going to use one or are you going to gain one?
I'm gaining 1.
Okay, there you go.
Wisdom. 8.
Okay. So.
Nothing. You could just say you get stuck at the margin.
So, effectively, what ends up happening here is that there's a part of this book that makes you heated. It's frustrating, really, what they're saying. And really just that frustration ends up leading you to criticize what they're saying through all of this before you start, even though you reasonably understand the logic, quote unquote, behind what they're trying to say with that 18. You understand what they're trying to say, but it's just really hard to get behind what they're trying to say because it's speaking on, all kinds of tactics that lead to justifying things that just seem like the antithesis of what you would normally look at as being honorable or being just even a reasonable way to fight. Like, like for a barroom brawl, well, maybe some of these are theoretically okay. But it's like, this right here is a manuscript of masters. Put, basically information gathered from many, many masters. People who have reached even higher heights. Philosophers, generals, martial artists. And a single individual took all of this information and made it into this. And they endorse tactics like going after the weakest link. not fighting your opponent head on and using traps and, like, once again, we're talking barroom tactics like deception and getting, someone drunk, or using poisons or things in their drink, so you throw them off before you even get into the fight. All kinds of things that it's like, while there's information here to go with, just piece after piece after piece, you just keep on hitting things that just rail against what you most usually believe. Tactics that you might use in terms of survival, but not something that you would expect from a manuscript meant to teach.
Yeah.
And so, once again, like, you understand the logic behind what they're trying to say here, but it's just piece after piece. You're just like, no. And you just end up with that 4 in investigation. Before you get too far into this section, you just end up having to close it and just like, I'll get back to you, because,
that sucks.
But, yeah. Now, with that, let me go back to my nifty handy-dandy list. With all of that, Yoprai, is there anything that we went over with you that you would like to go back over that perhaps didn't have the most focus, that you're like, I kind of want to go back over this?
Let me just double check the list real quick. To look at it. Definitely don't want to talk to Tenso again.
Let's never retcon that.
Never. I refuse. Apologies, I'm thinking. I knew this was coming. I hadn't come to a real decision. Can we? Sebi, do you remember what I spoke to you about, like what happened during the Lofasi fight when our inner demons started coming out?
Yeah.
I'd like to do something with that when Yoprai was training.
Okay.
This Yoprai kind of like trained both in his mind palace and physically for this go around. Time management sake. When he was in his mind palace, Yoprai he's like this time I was completely focusing on one technique, which was Christ, I cannot remember its name. All of a sudden, continental shift. There we go. So Yoprai, given what he was feeling, whether he wanted to or not, when he was doing in the simulation gardens, it was just blood repeated. Like he was just consistently using continental shift on.
Okay. All right. With that, during your times in the Mind Palace, Bloodcaller would have his normal kind of demeanor. It's like, now listen, you can come at me as many times as you want. It's not going to make you better at fighting me. As he manages to use his wisp that you saw him use to get away from the attack. Like I said, you heard me back then. I was holding back. Why don't you come at me again?
Because this isn't about you right now. I just need a target.
then why do you choose me? And I think I know how this whole thing works. You could choose anyone.
Yes, and yet you're the one that keeps showing up in my head. I'm sure you know why. Wing.
As he once again uses the wisp to turn to this wisp of flame and manifest away.
Bonus action flurry of blows just to fucking punch him in the face.
All right. With your bonus action flurry of blows, yeah, no, he manages to just barely dodge one of the attacks, and then another one, and then the other one comes in and actually lands. And you really think that that's gonna be enough?
No, shut the fuck up. Content will shift again.
To use the wisp of flame to move all the way out of the range, as the hit that you actually landed heals up. You fought me one time. Why are you so mad?
I don't know.
Well,
you're in my head. You should know that, shouldn't you?
Why should I know if you
not knowing himself?
Yes. Why should I know? Oh, after all, I only know what you know. I only have the information you have. As Bloodcaller, what's most annoying is not even his talking, is that the entire time he doesn't take a single swing at you. He doesn't pull out his gun. He doesn't swing his sword. He just has it resting on his shoulder.
Yokerai, as he's about to go for another content of the shift, Yokerai rages and expends a round of rage to go fat, to basically quicken his movements and power.
At this point, with the progress that you made, you end up pushing it, going even further. You get that strength in you to push, and you do manage to actually hit him as it comes fast enough that he doesn't actually block it this time. Well, he doesn't actually use the wisp, but he uses his sword and blocks your hit, and it causes him to almost like push, on the ground beneath him, his feet skidding, as he just looks to you, and you can see his eyes from beneath his hat, as you didn't notice in the fight that you caught a glimpse of his eyes until the end. But you actually see them this time as he comes face to face with you. So listen here. You could be mad all you want. You could throw a tantrum if you want. But guess what? Last time, that was a tie. And we both are confident that next time is going to come out on our favor. Now the question is, who has the skills to back that up? As he's going to use his monster strength, which he displayed to kind of push you to the side and shove you to the ground, one arm pushing you down. Just for a moment, he is able to fully overpower you and push you down to one knee, whereas normally you might have been able to fight him off. Your legs do seem like they're a bit injured from using the rage. And it's like your body isn't used to this level of exertion, and you end up shoved to one knee before you just push up, and he turns into a wisp of flame as he's back flipping out of the way and reappears on the other side. Yo.
This is my mental projection of him, right?
This is your mental projection of him.
going to take away that goddamn wisp.
Take away what now?
I'm taking away the wisp.
Go ahead.
Just take it away and just have him like fucking come out of it mid transition and fucking slap him with a continental shift.
Okay. You go to do that. He somehow catches his bearings midway and manages to block it just enough that it sends him flying midair, which still speaks to the fucking annoying level of skill. He is actually good at fighting and doesn't just rely on it. But it does cause him.
This isn't a
tumble.
spar. This isn't a spar. This isn't me looking for any kind of advice. I just needed a testing dummy, and unfortunately, you're just what came to mind. I don't need you to be doing anything. I don't need you to say anything. I just need you to fucking get smacked in the face as many times as I need you to be. As he goes for another, as he pulls him back and goes to continental shift him again.
As use the continental shift, and he manages to block this one again. It causes him to skid, and as you're just too strong, and he's as strong as he is, he does have to brace his sword to block the attack. Well, you're the one that apparently hates me. I keep coming up, and you can't control your own projections. What you said, I just keep coming up.
Once I win, you'll never come up. You'll never cross my mind again. Once I win. I'll finish.
Well, I guess you'll just have to win. There's just this cockiness that comes off of him that you had almost forgotten Bloodcaller's precise way of talking and doing things, but this just brings it all to the surface again as you get it. You remember why you were upset, but it does put this inkling in your head. Why is he crossing? Why is he in your head?
I'm just gonna dismiss him. Yoprai's just done with him, and he's going to just come out of his mind palace. Probably the rest of the training is probably probably in the physical world.
All right then.
Actually, there is one thing he does before he leaves the mind palace. He summons his not dad and kills him. Wait, no, not kills him. Fucking continental shifts him because he has no defense.
I was about to say, God damn!
He dies. He dies.
Yeah. He probably dies anyway from the continental shift.
Yeah, from the continental shift, he dies. He can't take that. Which just further instills in your head. Yeah, no, it's totally not me. I'm not bitch made.
Yeah, but that's
you can fit so much aggression in this boy.
This is why Yoprai's training did not go well this time around.
This is the reason why. Yep.
God, it's between you, Bloodcaller, and Tenzo.
Oh yeah, no. This week, yeah, no. You were distracted with your training.
I hate you both.
From one mental training to another, as we're gonna go, hop back over to Felix.
Sounds good.
Briefly.
Oh.
As with you go through your training. In a weird way, the simulations that you did as a child, not as a child, but when you were in your extra classes, your advanced classes, you try to almost do something like that just analyze how the fight went with that creature. And I'd like you to describe what happens there, how you go about this.
During the week, at various points, Felix winds up finding himself a quiet spot to sit and think. Recently, he lost a fight. There's several that have been rough, but there's not been many that have been as decidedly a loss as what he faced versus that Therianthrope, that Lycan. So, going back to his roots, he goes through it. He sifts through and remembers every bit of the fight that he can. Every hit, every time that the cleric had their attention instead. Everything. And slowly he begins to sift through the information. Where did he waste magic? Where did he waste resources? Could he have dodged this attack if he'd done differently? Quite literally replaying and trying different possibilities in his mind. So that should he ever face something on this caliber again, he will know better how to respond. But then he kicks it up a notch. If it was a bit faster in this case, could I have still dodged this one? If it was down to one hit, how many of these could I have avoided before it would have been done? Because, by God, she proved that one hit was all she really needed. And occasionally he does go through the motions physically as well. Almost combating an imaginary opponent. Granted, not going as all out as he can, because he does have to conserve. He's got a big fight coming up that he cannot waste anything for. And while he's fairly confident that the Nosferatu will be nothing compared to that werewolf, he's going to go into the fight as if it were.
Okay. There we are. Da, da. And let us then go to yes. Let us sit with Tiki and Yukine. As the two of you are consolidating notes throughout the week, are there any conversations or anything that you guys want to talk about or want to do? As you have this time during the week?
I think while they're mutually discussing medicine and everything, Tiki would ask how they do medicine and healing things in the deep wild, or wherever he used to live.
It's not as standardized, I guess. Sorry. It's not as standardized as what you've shown. Oftentimes what happens is, well, at least in in my village, I don't know how everyone does it, but in my village there was a healer, and that healer was trained by a healer before him. It's an apprenticeship kind of thing, and it's a role you mold yourself to fit into as you grow after you reach a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
It's something I never properly started, but the healer in my village was quite kind, and he would give me lessons. It was an informal apprenticeship. He would teach me things whenever I would go and ask questions, and sometimes I'd bring him injured animals that I'd found, ask him to teach me how to help them.
Mm-hmm.
My
Similar sort of business practices with doctors having nurses to help them in their medical duties. It takes a long time to train to be a doctor. Many years of medical schooling. Mm-hmm.
Based on his prediction, I think by the time I was 25, I would have been able to start helping him out with his, start taking some jobs off his hands. Sebi, that's not incorrect, is it? I believe that was the number.
No. Also, one thing to definitely note, rather than as much schooling, there's a lot more. The amount of time that you spend hands-on, not learning, but hands-on doing stuff, is longer, which does lead to the potential of things going wrong a bit more, but you know, it's okay usually, because magic can sometimes reverse mistakes.
Yeah.
But rather than the amount of schooling that Tiki obviously shows, there's a lot more of a hands-on, okay, you do this.
It's direct teaching as opposed to studying.
Which they both have their merits, but studying definitely leads to less mistakes, but hands-on teaching, you know, helps with confidence and knowing what you're doing.
Yeah. One thing to note, for this entire week, the Haunted One stuff has been active. But he just mentions that, and it's like by the time he was 25, it would have been he would have been able to start taking jobs off the healer's hands rather than just being an assistant. And I guess once he felt he needed to retire, then I'd take up his mantle. I don't really know how other territories do it, or other villages even, but that's how we did it. There wasn't really a lot of studying or books go over.
Depending on the clinics or the other places that have medical practitioners, sometimes the oldest one, the more experienced, stay with the doctor as long as they can until they decide to retire, as I guess per normal. But there are some I've heard of some practitioners that basically manage the clinic until they can no longer practice in the clinic. But that's for some small communities might have those, but not in the big pharmaceutical groups do they have that. Because it is the belief that the older you get, the your motor functions and mental faculties might start degrading and might affect how you perform in the field.
Definitely different from the Deepwood.
Yeah, we kind of do what we do till we die, or we feel like it's time to pass it on to the next generation, kind of thing. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That seems wise, but that's not how we did it. I mentioned retiring before, but really it's more like passing the duty on to the next generation. They'll, at least from what I heard, they'll essentially take on the role of your assistant and advise you if situations arise until they die. Honestly, I think my people could benefit from writing down a bit more of their knowledge.
Very, very much.
Oral traditions are fine, but just doesn't feel all that efficient if someone wants to go learn something themselves. He almost speaks with a bit of annoyance when talking about the systems of his people. Like, there are certain things he very clearly doesn't like about how they do things.
Perhaps when the Dracula has been dealt with, and you return to the Deepwood with your new knowledge in the medical field, perhaps you can be the change that is required to improve the way of life.
I don't plan on ever returning there. Well, for any extended period of time, at least. I'm not welcome there anymore.
Oh dear.
I'm not welcome there anymore, and even if I was, I don't want to be there. I'm certain that someone else will be the change they need, and I am happy to provide information. I'm looking for a way to solve our population problem. Despite my dislike for our culture, I don't hate my people. they do what they do to survive. It's just that it just doesn't work for me. But hopefully that can change in the future once they solve their problem of not being able to, once they solve the population issue.
What is the population problem? Is it to have too little or too many?
Vera have a problem with keeping their population up because the gender ratio of our children are skewed heavily to the female side. That's why the males among our race, at least in our territory, rather in their territory, are kept in a central village surrounded by all the other villages for one, the protection of the males from outside threats, and two, the protection of the males from the female Vera. The gender ratio I mentioned before, it's 10 to 1 in favor of female. So males are highly, say, valued.
Very much.
Where the males are most often they spend their first 3 or 4 years of life with their mothers, and then they're taken to the central village, and from there everyone's one big family. One of the things he would mention during this time, up to 8 years old. Okay. One of the things he would mention during this time is actually if you were to question it all with the whole comment about like protecting the male Vera from the females, you would learn that female Vera, they have a period of heat, and that is one of the reasons why there's so much separation, because that can be dangerous to the males, which have bodies that respond accordingly, whether they want to or not.
Can I get a medicine check from the good doctor, please?
Ooh. Do. Ooh. Do.
Nice.
22.
Oh God, I forget. Yeah, right. You're really good at this. All right. Time to put my glasses back on. Excuse me. Apologies. I'm sorry. I took them off. My bad. Time to open up a little document. So, hello, doctor. So they bring up, that, Vera you know, their like the females go through a period of heat, and you're just like, okay, just because it's like they're not the only race that goes through that. Actually, it's actually a thing that some bestial races do go through, but allow me to actually give you just how much information you have. As I'm looking for page.
Wait, do we learn this? Does this come
Yeah, we
up?
do.
Oh
Yeah,
my
we do.
god!
Man has a 22. Man rolled a 22. He rolled a 22 and he is a doctor. Like he has a whole class dedicated to this kind of thing.
Sweaty, you may have just saved me. You may have just saved me.
Ruins my plans, but you know, it saves you, I guess.
You'll find out.
Okay. I'm looking for. Wait, what the hell is this? Okay, I'm looking for page. Here we go. Pregnancy and childbirth. Page 47.
Everyone open up your textbooks.
Shut the fuck up.
The fact that you specified the page number. Yeah. It's just like you're just gonna specify the page number and expect us not to make jokes.
Right, get it. Apologies. Alright, here it is. Found it. So. Here we go. The percentages specified for periods of heat. Okay, so bugbears, centaurs, gnolls, minotaurs, lizard folk, where is it? Certain drakes and wyverns. This is certain ones, not all of them. Did I already say centaurs? I think, yeah, I already said centaurs.
Yes, you did.
Let's see. Do orcs? Hold on. Do not believe, no. Orcs do not. Yep. Along with a few bestial races. Yeah, those are a bunch of races that actually go through a period similar to heat. Oh, Tabaxi. Tabaxi
Son of
also
a bitch.
go through. So, yep, minotaurs, lizard folk, gnolls, certain dragons or wyverns, centaurs, bugbears, Tabaxi, many bestial races, just in general, go through periods of heat. It's not uncommon, actually, amongst certain types of creatures, you know? It's actually something that you're like, oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when he says it, like the whole, you know, you know, it's like, you know, because my people go through this. It's kind of just like a, yeah, kind of moment, because it's like, yeah, no, you have like a wealth of information on the topic, because it's like, yeah, no, in fact, you've probably delivered a child, you know, yourself at one point or another.
Most likely.
But yeah. So that's the information. Go about however you want to like you know, you want to basically like react to his whole, you know, brooding over his, his people and their dilemma there.
Hmm.
I wouldn't call this brooding, but okay.
I mean, that's fair. I'm just saying.
I'm kind of
calling.
just spouting information.
All right.
Yeah, he will just end up lore dumping a lot of that,
Okay.
but only what is particularly relevant, like with the Baxi and the Vera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. You bring that up?
Yeah.
Slow head turn. Tabaxi?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Tabaxi.
Dicky. At some point this week, can I ask you to educate someone on this topic?
Mm-hmm. A
Monster. You're ruining my plans.
wealth, a wealth hoard of knowledge I possess. Yes.
Yes. Rain, I know I've talked about this before. Rain wasn't always a tabaxi.
Oh.
So she may not know about this. And seeing as you have the information, and I only know about the male side of things for my people, I think it would be better for you to tell her.
Mm-hmm.
Ruining my plans. Ruining my plans.
Ruining your plans.
Ruining my plans.
Sebi planned to fuck with me. In the meta,
Ruining my plans.
I knew that Tabaxi went through a similar thing. Yikne did not, Rain did not, and so this was just gonna spring up out of nowhere. And it just would have been a problem.
I beg to differ, but to teach your own.
It probably would have been fine. It would have been funny.
I think it would have been very amusing. So they go. So yeah, they actually go from having about a 15%. Let me just. I'm putting this in chat actually. From 15% to that jumps to a 60%. Up.
Does Tiki
in
actually
heat.
know about Vera?
I'd like one more. I'd say history or medicine. I'd say whichever is lowest.
I do not have proficiency in history.
Then I would say go with history. Also,
15.
15. Yes. You do have a cursory knowledge on them, mostly due to the clinic that you ran, as there were some tabaxi in that city.
Mama Vier.
What we were talking about
Sorry,
was Vera.
not tabaxi, Vera. Blah.
Viera.
Bad words.
Okay.
So Viera. Cheryl, put the spelling in chat so I can just copy and paste it. Thank you. Okay. Well, as
Excuse me.
you would have dealt with a female. They have a 5%, which this does differ slightly for the males, but you can imagine probably somewhat similar. But this is the information I'm giving you is for the female. And what information you could have studied involving her, once again, it's not, you don't have the most there, but and here we are. So, oh, because of the exclamation points. Oh, okay. Well, but what could I put there to basically?
Oh. Oh.
There.
Oh.
So that's the information you have on Tabaxi and on Vieira. The little indication there is while they're in heat. While not in heat, they both can still conceive. It's just an incredibly low % chance of it happening. To give you an idea of that 15%, humans would be 20%. So it is lower than humans. And so effectively that is chance of conception, gestation period for their the average gestation period for children, and the average amount of children for each race.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. The Vieira, while at least the Vieira women have about as high % chance as elves to get pregnant. Basically, not very high.
Not
but while
very
in heat,
high.
shit, that thing skyrockets.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Interesting. Do you bring this up?
Yeah, you would.
Okay.
He's in it. Yeah,
He's just spouting off information. It's like, yeah, I know about this
yeah,
stuff.
he's spouting off information. He's in the what you call it? He's in that sort of state where he just won't stop talking. Spouting off knowledge that he has that is relevant to the conversation.
Hey, that's good for the boyfriend to know. So after you get to assert your point, he just goes, okay. I have one more question.
Oh. Might the question be,
what do you know about methods to avoid pregnancy?
contraceptives?
Those weren't a thing in the Vera Village, if I recall. Because people were like, why the fuck wouldn't you want to get pregnant?
No, contraceptives are... they exist. They're fucking illegal, basically.
It's basically, I imagine it's like a really taboo kink. That's like borderline
Probably.
illegal.
Probably.
Yeah, he just tilts his head.
For the sake of not getting taken down for TOS, he does go into contraceptives.
All right, so I'm just gonna do this. Let me make sure I scrap that word right there. For
I want you to know, Sweaty, you're dismantling Sebi's plans.
Only kind of. This is approximately the idea here. There are magical means and such. There are, different methods that you could go about. There are magical methods, and there are just, things that you could use. In fact, there's straight up a little patch that has a faint amount of magic in that. If Tiki was at his clinic, he would have these and be able to actually like give you these. Like he probably just has like a whole fucking box of like, I don't know, maybe like 1,000 of them, because they're relatively easy to get your hands on once you have good connections, and they're relatively cheap. So yeah, you basically just, it's basically like those like temporary tattoos.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Like, yeah, you basically like slap that on, put a little bit of water, and then peel it off. And for the next, basically for the next hour, usually, you just doesn't work. Like not that it doesn't work, but like you won't be getting anyone pregnant. Those are the equivalents to condoms. They are pretty much 100%, pretty much. But yeah.
Okay. Good to know. This is information Yukine did not have before and now has. Thank you.
When I say pretty much, I basically mean you see that whole like they don't have condoms, but they have like those are effectively the barriers. 70% is the normal ones that you could get pretty much everywhere. Then there's higher and higher.
We live
rarities.
in a world where superior masterwork condoms are plot relevant to our campaign.
Okay, hold on. They
No,
aren't condoms.
genuinely?
They're these magic barriers.
Oh, that's.
But yes, that's
so funny.
effectively what they
That's
are.
so funny.
Man, of course. Man, nah.
Oh boy.
But yeah,
Alright.
no. Yeah.
Yeah.
This means.
Oh boy.
But yeah, no. Here's the thing, and yeah, no, he goes through it, and yeah, so you've now been educated by pretty much, barring somebody who studies this area specifically, the basics of this. I wouldn't go as far to say, hey, save this image, to be like, because I know the exact, but more I'd say you have a general idea that, hey, all this stuff exists.
Yeah, I put it in I just copied and pasted in my notes for me to take a note on later.
But yeah, yeah. Any other conversations you two have?
I think I had something. I don't remember it. Fuck. I don't think so. No. That just I was not expecting this. I know.
Rain,
Yukine
by
is
the way-
very
sorry.
Yukine is very invested in the things that you are writing down for him, though he does ask at a point. Oh, right, I remember. He does ask at a point, if there's a reason why you're like compiling these as like in this way instead of just doing what you did before of just giving him the notes for you to just study with. What?
Oh, geez.
Man.
Nothing, just saw the man.
I thought so. Man.
Better to have have the material needed beforehand before we contemplate going to a facility to better have an understanding of the medical field. It wouldn't do much good if I teach you everything I know, and then you go to a library and then like, so wait, he said, and then he said, better to give you notes on what I have, and what we can learn together.
I'll nod. Alright. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually, you can tell this, he is, as much as his face has darkened since that cold fight, he is excited to learn. Like, he genuinely seems like he is really excited to, like, just absorb information.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just kind of a trait that you've noticed in Yikine in general, as you guys have been talking over this week.
Mm-hmm.
He's honestly more interested in learning than he is.
Hmm.
What's that, I think?
Vicky, you tell Rain, you educate Rain on this, and when she learns that she goes into heat, rather than having the reaction that, one should have to this existential crisis of being transmogrified into another creature through weird experimentation and then realizing this is her new reality. Instead, her reaction goes a little something like this. Wait, so you're telling me that's not going to happen at random anymore? I'm not just going to weirdly be some weirdly horny girl? Oh my goodness, I have obtained ultimate power. And now we're dating. We're together now. This is amazing. It's all coming together. Now.
Man, I don't think that was part of your biology before. I think these problems are compounding.
Now, next time, I will just be able to.
Maybe not a biological problem. Maybe more of a emotional response.
So that means when the biological, you say problem, this could be amazing. When that hits, along with now us being together, this will be amazing.
By the way, I'm not here for this. I want to clarify that.
Absolutely not.
I'm not here for that.
This is honestly a great trade-off as well. I haven't had a period either. Maybe this has to do with that as well. This is perfect. It's also, apparently, if we're gonna fight vampires, this is just a net gain. That means I won't give you guys away either. This is just perfect then. All right. So when this eventually hits, hopefully he and I will still be in this town. For the audience, no, they will not be. This will be amazing. This will be
This will be amazing. This will be terrible, says God. It's like, oh man, I'm looking forward to this so much. She is suffering, says God.
You will not know what hit her. But yes.
Oh my God. Rain, what is that reaction?
Well, he's boned.
Yeah, pretty much.
I believe that we should take a short break here and come back in about, what would we say? How long? 20 minutes? Or
like 10-20 minutes works for me. Yeah, family isn't here yet, so.
okay. What about everybody else then? Would 10 minutes work?
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Alright.
Alright. We'll be right back after these messages.
I can't do the meeting with Leon, which disappoints me.
Oh yeah.
Sad
but,
times.
yeah.
So, the general store has those patches.
Alright, listen.
Fucking hell.
Back to game.
Fuck you.
Then we'll get to the kinds and price later.
Superior master.
Oh, they don't know. No, they do. You mean kinds? They only have normal.
I imagine so.
But
You're gonna have to do the fucking meme of Casco.
I don't.
Never mind.
I don't know
Casper, no. What was it?
You never call me quality with mirrors. Huh. Anyway.
What was the cast?
Dragon?
What Dragon?
I'd rather just pull up a GIF than say it with my own mouth and voice.
Oh.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yui.
That's
I
even
see.
funnier with you today.
You understand why I didn't want to say these words with my voice.
Oh.
Whoa, whoops, oh, I dropped my monster condom that I use for my magnum dong.
By the way, we are recording.
I know.
Put a
Okay.
lot more feeling into that.
Oh
It
boy.
was the wrong feelings for the scene.
Oh yeah, no, I've never seen the scene. But
Oh, okay.
so last thing. Nope, that's Leon stuff. Yoprai stuff is done. Felix stuff is done except for one thing. That's a Leon thing. Yukine,
Do you
the
want me
picnic.
No,
Yes.
no.
So, Yukine, there was as you and Rain helped the orchard at the top around the windmill.
Mhm.
I don't think anything needs to be said about the how both of you went about it.
Mm.
But as the two of you were sitting there, I believe there was something that you wanted to say during that time.
Yes. There is something I wanted to bring up with her. And this is, like, on one of the last days, if not the last day of the downtime.
Hmm.
And Yukine is going to, No, I need... Alright. Yukine is going to bring up... He wants to bring up his job. And he wants to explain to her what exactly that is.
Hmm.
Excuse me. Essentially what he tells her is that, he has kind of been chosen or nominated, whatever it may be, by a higher being for the purpose of leading a circle called the Circle of Wardens. A circle of druids called the Circle of Wardens that previously has died out. There are none left anywhere. And he has been essentially nominated to rebuild this circle. And what this entails, although he's not happy about it, is that for a long time he will have to travel a lot. And he is not, and although he knows it will not be the ideal, he does not want to ever let this get in the way of their relationship. In fact, part of the reason that he's so motivated to do this is for the sake of their relationship. Because the faster he rebuilds this circle, the more time he can spend with her.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Yes. He would also mention that this job is something that will require him to take on apprentices, students, but he wants to learn more about what his job is before he starts instructing people on how to do theirs. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Not in that particular order, obviously, but that's all the contents of that part of the talk.
As you might expect, Rain is not pleased hearing this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There are a lot of feelings involved with this. But predominantly, what you are met with is understanding in one part, which, good thing.
That's good.
But there is this kind of, how do I put this? Frustration and underlying, and that frustration she tries to brush aside, but something you're noticing more and more that she is hid from you is anger issues. That she hasn't had a reason to get angry most times in the past. And she pushes this anger aside to basically focus on what you were saying. How you don't want to let this get in the way. You want to have to push to do this as soon as possible. And it leads to her asking questions, wanting to be as well informed about the whole thing as possible. But after getting whatever answers, since you yourself don't have the most information, she's left kind of frustrated, just still. And it doesn't really go away. But what she has to fall back on is trusting you that regardless of whatever responsibility, that you're going to actually make sure that the two of you could be happy. And that is kind of where she ends. A lot of this is little something you can pick up from questions, from things that she's asking, from demeanor.
Hmm.
But it all comes down to she basically makes it clear that regardless of your responsibility, regardless of whatever comes, like from this whole mission, and it's something that she hasn't really talked about, being a big damn hero or not,
Mm-hmm.
it's not about her being the happiest she can be. That's not what she wants you to focus on. But it's about both of you being happy. As long as that happens, she will be content. As long as that happens.
In that case, he will make a promise to her. He will do everything in his power. He promises that he will do everything in his power and do his absolute best to make sure that they can be happy together.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah. And
all right.
That is a very cuddly night. Yeah,
and last but not least is conversation with your glaive. Now, this question matters a whole lot. When in the week does this conversation happen?
Ugh.
You do remember
I believe what we had said before was that it happened the night that Rain was put under for her surgery while he was out with the animals.
Well,
so that would be the second day.
Okay. So once again, I'm basically giving you this time right now to answer this question how in the most beneficial way for you. As the week was once again fairly nebulous when things happen, and it's mostly that things happened throughout it. So I am giving you this chance to basically say when this happened. The closer to the event, the better, the more lenient certain things will be. Just by nature. And I'm letting you know this, but you can choose when you feel would be best.
I feel like it would be best if this took place during Rain's surgery on the first day of downtime.
Okay.
So that is like less than 24 hours after the event.
It wouldn't. Yes, that would actually be. Tiki would have from the surgery, yeah. Beginning of the week. Yeah. Okay. What time of day would you say this is?
I'm gonna call it
surgery or the talk? Oh, no.
The surgery, because that will dictate when the talk happened.
Mm,
As I know this as I remember that this happened during the like first few days of the week. So
it'd be in
during
the
the
morning.
week, it'd be in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, so you would have prepped her, got everything ready that morning.
Well, the first one would have been morning, but waiting for the second one, for the other one, it'd be more in the afternoon, early evening.
Okay. So you can. This is. You are correct. It's in fact. It's around. If it happened in the morning, it's around 8 to 10 hours. Around and anywhere from like 10 to 11 hours, basically, from when everything happened. So, yeah. It would be sometime around 10 or 11 when she was put under. And then, and I imagine during that time you would be out. Where does this talk take place?
He was training with Felix.
Once again, this is happening throughout the whole week. So,
Okay.
you know, more I want to know just when.
Ooh.
Or this, if for you now, I'd need to know where. So he could be with, you could be with Felix with the animals and just like going off, you know, to the wilderness. You could be in the barn.
Yeah. He's probably out near. He's probably out where, near the, near Evastali's home. Like kind of watching the shark pups play in the water and Phalanx and Brantley run around for a while.
Okay.
So near the river, like not right next to their house, but near the river.
If you'd please go ahead and narrate how you begin this talk, this communing with your glaive.
He's in a tree. His kind of sitting cross-legged between two branches, kind of thing. And he lays the glaive in his lap, both hands on its haft. And he just, well, actually, no. He's going to be, rather than both hands on its haft, he's going to be, as he's doing this, he's going to be, maintaining the glaive with the, spoil that I had him buy before. Because it's something he does semi-regularly, and as well as he will attempt to connect with this longtime friend that he is currently fighting with. He wants to talk to someone who, after the experience he went through and went through again, he doesn't want to let something like this come between them, because this is a friend that he's had for many, many, many years. And he's lost enough people. If he can help it, he doesn't want to lose this one.
All right. Right. Mhm. As these emotions bubble up to the surface, you feel this almost gentle rocking from the tree as wind begins to blow. There's splashing off in the distance that begins to get dulled. Brantley seems to not come out their shell and be staying away from the water, less running around and more just enjoying a bit of freedom, which is new, and kind of just walking. Your Drake is really just enjoying the ability to run and travel as far and as fast as they can, and they are well trained enough to know to stay within visual range of you as they circle back, and they seem to be pretty well handling this bit of freedom. As there's this almost sweep of wind that moves around the glaive. Leaves begin to fall around you. What is it that you've called me for? I thought I've said not to call me. Oh, I cannot hear you. No, you have to speak up higher.
Yeah, I realized as I was talking, I was like, hold up, that was quieter than I meant to. Called you because I wanted to talk. I wanted to talk to a friend. Sorry if I'm... But I didn't... I don't want to lose you. You've been here for me all these years, and I know we just started talking, but just feels sad to stop as soon as we started. I want to understand you better. Wake up. I know I probably don't have to tell you but I will say this regardless, because I want to be very transparent with his feelings in this moment. The experience that he had the day prior has obviously made him want to hold on to the connections he still has, because something that he lost that was so precious to him was shoved in his face, and the thing that took it from him was stopping him from going and getting it. He is entirely sincere in that he doesn't want to lose this connection, even if they only recently discovered they could talk to each other. He really, really, really cares.
Ooh. Hmm. I have to think. Hmm. 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 This is a hard. Hmm. What was the last thing that you said?
The last thing that he said was, I believe the last thing that he said was that he didn't want to lose. He didn't want to lose them. And he wants to make up. He wants to understand. Right, no. The last thing that he said was that he wants to understand them better, and he wants to make up. Yes, that was the last thing.
Hmm. No, was not your greatest weakness.
What'd you say?
Shauna Brunel was not your greatest weakness. She was your first love. But your memory of her betrays her truth. It betrays the truth of all that happened. You continue to remember her death, but forget so much of her life. Your hatred and anger blinds you. But more than that, your despair blinds all your senses. From the pain you cause yourself. More than you hate her killer, you hate yourself. And it has only made you weak. You continue to throw yourself into despair, to make yourself the victim. What would Shauna say looking at you now? What would her reaction be?
Is it fair to
What
say
would
she'd be
Antoine-
pissed?
Probably.
Okay, yeah,
Especially since you were such a brave individual who stuck your neck out for pretty much everyone and did so with a smile. And what would Antoinette say?
That's one I don't know. That's Chiro.
It's hard to say. You so little time with them. Only about a week.
He thinks about it. Even then, for most of that week, I wasn't conscious.
No, you were. You passed out on the first day. She had to recover for the next few days.
Okay. Yeah. He thinks about it. The conclusion he comes to is that Shauna would have been mad and sad seeing what he's become. And he thinks Antoinette would be disappointed. But not in the way of, like... disappointed in a way of, like, I know you can do better. Kind of thing. As far as what they said about him making himself the victim, I, as Chiro, as Yukine's player, look at that and I'm like, you could not be more wrong. Yukine is kind of accepting it, though.
I'm curious as to what you say, because they do have more to say.
Mm-hmm. Yukine will say, Shauna was never my weakness. I never thought of her as such. She was my strength.
As you hear a howl, like a mournful howl, that goes into a roar.
Ah, I see.
Somewhere between a wolf and a dragon.
I get to continue?
Mm-hmm.
And he would say after that, he would say, I know what I've been doing so long. It's just been... That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. As he pulls out the little bit of progress he's made on his latest, bit of wood carving.
Statuette.
Yeah. the circular thing with the beginnings of a humanoid pattern etched into it. I've been inspired. And I want to chase the light that I once had. I don't know how to get back. I want to do all I can to try. Because you're right. Both of them would hate to see where I am now. In fact, I think Shauna might lay me out across the floor.
And you just hear this almost weep, which is, it's as if weeping, but with anger. As in, like, sadness and anger. You will not get it. How? How can you see the pain of everyone else, but not your own? How can you not see your own pain? Unless I cry out, you would do nothing more than continue to hurt yourself in service of others. You are a victim, yet you play the martyr. You pretend as if you are not responsible, when in truth both of you share responsibility. You pretend as if she did not know the dangers, when in truth both of you were oblivious. Nothing more than children. What would you have? What would you have done? You cannot defend her. She is dead. You cannot protect her anymore. And she is not your strength. Your strength is something you have always had. You've just neglected it. Your hatred for yourself is your weakness, and every excuse that you use to continue hating yourself is but another log on the fire. Let the flame burn out. I protected you. But I can't protect you from yourself, though I've tried. What happens there? Mm-hmm.
I just leans his head back against the tree. Looks up to the sky, partially to keep the tears from falling out of his eyes. Just looks up at the sky through the tree, or through the leaves and branches. And yeah. What happened may have been instigated. Like you said, she's dead. I can't protect her anymore. She can't be my strength anymore. I don't know what strength you refer to that has been within me. But if it's there, I want to take hold of it. I don't know. I don't. Actually, I'm having a hard time deciding whether to say this. So I'm going to roll. I'm going to roll for it. I'm going to roll just wisdom. Straight wisdom.
What is the DC you're looking for?
14 or 15. This is to see whether I say something that he has figured out at this point will make the glaive angry. But it's the truth of what he believes. We'll go 14. Okay, that is a 19. Hey. Okay. Ikine will just say with a bit of desperation as he looks up to the sky. I can't see it. Can you explain it to me? How am I the victim when I am the survivor? When I am the only one that can carry this? How do I let go of the portion of this that's supposed to be hers when she's not here to carry it anymore?
The dead. The dead don't leave burdens for the living. Not in the spiritual. You can only take your. To take what is hers is to disrespect her and who she was. the strong, the brave, and the foolish. Love blinds. It blinds even me. My desire to protect you. I cannot see anymore what is a threat and what isn't. I cannot save you.
Ikane is gonna... tears start falling, regardless of his attempts to stop them. And 2, Ikane is going to... I'm glad I'm away from people, because otherwise this might be weird. But, regardless... Ikane is gonna hug his glaive. And a few of these tears are going to fall onto the glaive itself.
With each one that lands on it, small little mote of green energy almost swirls up where each one of the little tears land, giving almost little burst of wind and water. Strength within you was kindness, purity, and you have let it go in favor of more concrete values. But that is not why I was given to you. That is not what was seen in you. And that is not why any who have become friends or your lovers, why they fell for you. A warrior with a blackened heart. That is what you would wish to become. That is what you would become. I would gladly follow you there. You would become the very thing you seek to destroy if you don't let go. Your self-hatred would grow to be pointed at others if more was taken from you. And it saw kindness and innocence. She saw someone who sought only to help others. And now you've become so little of that. You hide every comment beneath a veil of this defender, this guardian. You must learn to not You must learn to let the fire die. Their love is not your strength. Life is for the living, and the dead cannot take what is no longer theirs. You don't need to give. You don't need to pick up what is hers. You need only leave it be. You feel as if they have nothing else to say.
This was an answer to my question in and of itself. Okay. Is that...
Yo!
So, I assume you've seen the GIF in War Room.
Indeed. Oh dear God.
Not quite to that extent, obviously.
Oh, okay, so it's not breaking. Whew.
No. But cracks are starting to appear. And
Okay.
I would like to ask if I can have... I would like to ask if I can have 20 points in my Woodcarver's Tools proficiency training.
I will say you can 100% do that. You can put, I'd say 20 points is more than reasonable.
Okay. Yeah. After that, rather than the previous times where he spoke with his glaive, where he ended things miserable, He's gonna put a hand on that cracking glass. And I'm gonna go play with Farrington Brantley.
As you hop off the tree and call out to them and begin to go and, for lack of a better word, in fact, I think it's rather apt, frolic with them. As
we'll also play with the shark pups.
And with that, the last of everything this week's related is done. Very thorough. Wait, what do you mean? What?
Harrison and Wells.
Harrison and Wells, what do you mean?
Wells. Therapy.
Ah.
Harrison,
okay.
Banehound.
You tell Harrison about the Banehound.
Okay. That's all that needed to be there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure it was mentioned.
At which point, well, the Banehound is nowhere nearby, so there's nothing much he can do. But he wishes to speak with it, is basically that. Nothing really can be done there. And as far as asking, Wells about therapy, while you're on your way to take the, while you're on your way taking her to see the pregnant couple and see how they're doing, I imagine you bring up some of what Tiki
yeah, what Tiki diagnosed him with, and he mentions that he agrees, but he doesn't know much about the concept. So that's not exactly something that would be done that way in his home.
There's not much that she feels comfortable doing, as this is not a territory she can easily navigate. She has handled problems like this in the past, yes, but she cannot help you with this. She doesn't feel qualified. While she can 100% take care of a broken bone, problems of the mind are not so easily dealt with. And she will effectively say that the best thing that you can do is not bottle these things up and talk about them with your friends. Talk about them with people you trust and you're close with. And even if they don't have a lot to say, at least you talked about it. And somebody else knows what you're going through. While it's not a lot, somebody else knowing means that you're not going through it alone. You share the burden, even if it's only a little bit. But if you do that with enough people that you trust and you care about, who you think will hear you out, well, then it adds up. And that's really the only advice that she could give.
Okay. In that case, he thanks her for that advice. And we don't have to go through this, but Rain is aware of what happened on that hill. Rain is aware of what he saw.
Okay.
She knows why why this look in his eyes has manifested the way it
been
has.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, that we will, with all of that done, during this week, Felix has brought up to you approximately how far Senevan Blanc's castle is. And with that, at some point, I imagine you all went and spoke with the guards as a way to either to basically get there faster. Otherwise, you would need to leave early, like 2 days early, effectively. With Yoperai talking to the guards and the reward from the mission that you all got, that was basically that you could get lodgings and time in their training area during that for a single day. They look at this, at what you asked for and how you all basically uncovered this plot, and now they are kind of quietly going through and trying to figure out all that's been affected and kind of figure out all that's gone on. They look to what the reward could was going to be, and basically look to you and say, "We can loan you mounts." Rather than needing to go and find, they're willing to just outright loan you mounts. They will want them back, but effectively, as long as they come back in good condition, you have armored mounts, like trained and armored mounts, trained for combat mounts.
Ooh.
They will not get spooked if a fight breaks out, and they will even be able to some extent defend themselves.
Okay.
You're given you're given one for each of you. Rain makes like she wants to come with you all, but the doctor
That's
says,
a no.
"Fuck no."
Yeah, no.
Hey, listen, you're a
Don't-
lot better now than you were. No.
Harrison says that he wants to come with you guys, but realizes someone needs to stay here.
Yeah.
Especially with what's happened, as he kind of makes like a not motion, but like kind of like a with the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody needs to stay with them.
Obviously. Yeah.
Wells, on the other hand, gets onto one of the mounts and doesn't ask shit. Wells doesn't ask questions. He doesn't like, oh shit, like I want to come with you.
Can I
Wells
come?
doesn't
It's like,
ask
nah.
a fucking word. Wells gets
coming
onto
along.
one of the mounts and is like, just like looking at all of you, like,
Let's go.
"Mhm."
Let's go.
So yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna hand Harrison two small like essentially something gathered in like a piece of paper. And look at him and nod. Just go, counting on you. Keep them safe. And then I looked at Amaryllis. Same to you.
Amaryllis at this point has actually come to, as most of the week they were like slowly recovering after nearly being destroyed by that cleric. Also, your elemental friend, trying to remember her name, Alarion. There it is.
Okay.
Is she is also there, and she seems to be conscious and doing better now.
Let's go.
Harrison just kind of worries the holy symbol that he was allowed to hold. He has the parcel that you've given him, Yukine. He just looks to all of you. Now listen, I am supposed to be going along with you, Leon. If you die, then that means that you're not taking me to the association. I can't work for them officially. I mean, I'm so close to back home. I might as well go back to my job. You better make it back, and that goes for the rest of you too.
Case. I will take something out of my bag and toss it to. Well, actually, rather than toss it, no, I want to be more respectful than that. I will hold it out to Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on to this
As
for me,
he
though.
walks up,
As
he takes what you give him. And
the Silver Moon Medallion.
This is the holy symbol from that place you kind of just like kind of like lets it almost like jingle in his hand as he like tosses it up just maybe like a few centimeters. Just I'll keep it with me. And he puts it in his pocket.
He nods.
And, hey, Teach. Oh.
No, go ahead.
As Rain is like, hey, Teach. Keep my boyfriend alive.
I'll do what I can. Hopefully, he doesn't run ahead of me when as soon as we get to we get there.
Just looks over
Bryce
to
says,
Yukine.
looking directly at Yui.
Small
He
glare.
just looks over to
I'm
Yukine.
the distraction.
I'll make sure. I'll drag him back I'll drag him back by the ears if I have to.
Aw, don't pull one off while you're doing it. I like his ears.
I make no promises they might rip one off, but I'll bring him back mostly in mint condition. I can guarantee. I promise that.
She just looks over to you, Yukine, with a smirk on her face.
That little glare toward Yoprai with the running off comment, because that was so early.
Yeah, I remember.
Then continues to like raises an eyebrow when you say like, yeah, I'll definitely catch him, remembering how he immediately got away from you guys.
Your boy returns the look of I wasn't trying.
Actually, no. He actually says that. Race one of these days.
I can hear you say that.
We'll have to race one of these days. As she will look at he will look at Rain, who is looking at him.
Mm-hmm.
And if I recall, she was about to say something.
Oh no, she was just kind of looking at you with kind of just like a very pleasant smirk. More of a smile, like it starts off as just like a pleasant, like proud, and then it turns into this kind of grin.
Keep you updated. As his ears kind of like fold down a little bit. By the way, first time she's seeing him in his new armor.
Probably would have saw you that morning.
Yeah, I guess so.
Gushed about how cool it was. But no, Wells then just looks over to Felix. You think they're done hyping each other up, or we ready to break a little bit of the rules? I got an idea. She's just smirking over to Felix.
Oh.
She just looks over to the guards and is like, when we're out. All right. I say that he leads. As they probably would have a mount for you, Felix, but I'm pretty sure you'd probably decline and just ride with somebody until you got to, you know where. So
you could likely keep pace with the mounts, really.
I mean, if you wanted to go for it, you could, yeah. But Wells will I imagine you'll probably ride with Leon until you get to where you're going. So Leon will also hear this terrible idea. So if everybody is ready, it's time to ride.
Let's move.
All right.
What's the idea?
As you all begin riding, Wells just said, as you break the hearing distance of the town. I'm thinking we take the Banehound, hide our presence with a fiend.
Not a bad idea.
Remember that howl they did? What if they did that again? that would hide our presence or draw attention directly to them, since it's some kind of challenge. This right here would mean that if there are any night hordes in the area, we won't have to deal with them. And to boot, since there are, let's see, not sure if Tiki still counts, but even if he doesn't, that's what, 4 of us? Leon, Yukine, Yoprai,
I thought you
Felix
said
Wells.
Leon was the only one to hear this.
Yeah, no. I'm just like, I'm just more seeing like I'm counting
you're
how
counting out
many
loud.
how many
Alright.
humanoids, how many except for Tiki.
I got you.
5 of us. 5 of
You're
us.
talking about Tiggy is the most human.
Exactly. For now, he still is. Or still has, that. Even if there's only 5 of us, security might be
Man,
tighter.
Yeah.
Man, rat.
Rat man.
Amrat.
Security might. Amrat.
Amrat.
No.
Rat.
Security might be tighter around there. I say
If
we use
I
that.
know Blood Collar, he's tried to make it to where they can get there decently fair.
Well, forgive me if I'm not exactly trusting a vampire, as by this point the others have caught up with these two just bolting.
Fair.
So
that's why I'm the distraction.
well,
if we can get the Banehound to agree as well, though, that might take off anything that is in the area and unrelated.
good as plan as any.
Better than what we
I'm
had.
going with them.
Yeah.
Oh, you two finally caught up. Yeah. We use as by this point, you've gotten far enough away with these mounts that you're able to hop off, Felix, and go and find your
My
motorcycle. Your steed, yes. Your loyal steed. But yes.
I'll catch right back up.
As the 4 mounts, they continue to run for some time heading north. About 5 minutes later, maybe 10, you hear a rumbling, and as you turn around, you see Felix coming back on his strange device, his strange vehicle.
Yeah. I warned the animals beforehand that something loud is going to be approaching.
Rolling.
It's
actually not the loudest.
They can
but
understand
it is still,
me, yes?
Yeah. I believe these
I don't know
are
what
monstrosities.
they are, so I can't tell.
They will be able to understand you. Either they will understand common or they will understand you via other ways. Through your feature.
Okay.
But either way, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
As you all get going, it is rather I'd say quiet is not the right word. It's a rather beautiful yet tense time driving through here, riding through here. The And as you get further and further away from the town, heading northward, you begin to get into more and more thickets of trees. And while not immediately apparent, there is a moment where you do catch a glimpse of where you came from. That seems as if you've been heading up, like almost
Okay.
a slight incline over miles.
It's just a very subtle, like, slope.
That has had you go through to stick to paths and, dirt beaten roads. You've had to wind a little bit to keep this going. And I'd actually like to say, who would like to roll for random encounters? I'll need 2 rolls.
I'll roll one.
No, I remember my goals during training. I'm good. I'll pass. I don't need to bring that up.
All right. I guess it's me then.
All right. 2d6 and 2d6.
All right. I imagine
4.
or at least
Four.
I'd like to look at the party
that's on the
and
low
say,
end.
can we have Leon keep watch since he has the eyes of the eagle? Party?
See this?
Dragon? Sweaty?
8. Hold on.
Oh,
Hello.
Leon,
Hello.
the Eagles in.
there
Yep.
we go.
Leon keeping
Things
watch
just flickered there for a second.
is the eye
Yep,
of
yep.
the eagle. Is that okay with you too?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I will.
So Leon's gonna be keeping watch then.
Okay,
If
so
he
we
can,
have
because we're probably heading at a fast pace.
You are heading at a fast pace, and I don't believe, and he is not a ranger, and I don't believe he has a feature for that.
Yeah, I don't think he can. Well,
So
hey, passives are good. So
passives are down by 5.
that is still a 17.
Fair enough, actually. With the eyes of the eagle.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, that is still a 17.
I can't even say anything at this point. With the eyes of the eagle, a passive, that's still, even with passives being down by 5, that's still really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Goddamn, bro.
Like, the eyes of the eagle just, because I'm pretty sure he has the highest perception in the group, or at least he had the highest perception in the group.
He has the highest perception currently, I believe, because it's 17.
God damn. Well, anyway, so for the random encounter and for the reaction, Yukine, you were rolling the reaction. Tiki, you were rolling the random encounter.
Oh boy.
What did each of you get respectively?
I got a 4.
I got
a 4. Okay, so on the lower end.
I got an 8.
Okay. So
By the way, while they're getting that for my party, Yukine has Dragonfall desummoned and is holding his bow.
So okay. Rare. So wait, very rare. Rare. Average. Rare. Very rare. Okay, so we have a rare encounter. Oh wow,
really?
interesting.
Oh wow.
Oh.
And we have
Yeah, so I was kind of hoping for Arc Spores, but this is cool too.
And we have an and we have an average on the reaction table.
Oh Lord. Oh,
So the
Jesus.
so a rare encounter and wait, is that correct? It is correct. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, bop. Bop. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did my math right. I was just double checking and triple checking. Okay. So this is amazing. This is
Rare encounter,
so
Banehound.
Oh,
the
no,
Banehound the Banehound does end up basically ambushing I say ambushing Felix quotation mark and ends up following with you all and is willing to go through with this plan.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
Okay. Doobie-doo-ba-bow. Oh, this is lovely.
Indeed.
Oh, this is lovely. This is lovely. We don't need a map for this.
Oh, okay.
No, unfortunately,
I wanted combat.
there likely
And it was
won't.
one punch.
No, not because of that. So, as you're all traveling through, there comes a time where you see a very odd creature. A oh goodness. It's weird, really. It's almost as if it's like almost like a weasel, but like scythes for hands.
Oh.
What?
Do I know what this is?
What?
I'm sorry?
You would recognize it, in fact, as being
What is this?
something.
What kind of Neo shit is this?
The allow me to show you what this is.
What fuckery is this?
I believe it's called. It's like Kami something.
Yes.
Kami
Yes.
sorry?
Kamitaichi.
Oh.
Yes.
So some Neo shit.
I love these things so much.
Hey, wait, I can't see. Is it
They're
is
so
it
So
cool.
you see it's these, although they do not have the white fur, as they have more brownish hues.
Oh Jesus! What the fuck?
As you all briefly, as you're riding through here for the next hour, you see these creatures seemingly going and doing battle with some other creature. Specifically, hold on, rather than some other creature, allow me to give you the specific thing. Ba, 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 ba.
Man. What other kind of
nature's
creature
turf
from
wars.
Yokos are you gonna have him fight?
I repeat, what fuckery is this?
Are these fake?
Well, what fuck? Yeah, they are.
I thought
yeah,
so.
They are. Yeah, they are.
Kamitaichi being fey just makes too much sense.
As all of you seem to have somehow fallen into the deep wood.
God damn it!
But I knew where I was going.
Yeah.
How do we get into the deep wood?
How? You got how?
There's various ways. We're not getting into that.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
As
I'm surprised. I'm surprised humanity has survived this world long enough.
Oh, I mean,
Most
that's
of them
because
haven't.
y'all have become.
Most of them
That's
haven't.
because y'all have become, fucking terrifying. Doobie doo bow, da ba ba bow. As this quite literally, yes.
Wait, this is
Quite
actually
literally, the
awful.
weak
It's
have been
hilarious,
cold.
but it's awful.
Hold on. Where is it?
Yeah, but
I'm
what are
looking
they
for some.
scrapping with?
That's exactly what I'm looking for because I know precisely what it is.
We let them
Can we
have their
just choose
turf
not to
war,
be
and we
involved?
don't.
Let nature have it. Let nature have it out with itself.
So, okay. So unfortunately, I can't find it. But it seems like about 4 or 5 of these weasel-like creatures are all going up against this. Like, Yoprai, could you do me a favor? Just be religion or history. Just either one is the highest.
Nairo?
Religion or history?
Yeah, are they the same?
Yes. They're intelligence-based skills, Debbie.
Put a +2 on that, friend.
Can I roll?
So D20 plus 4.
Sure. Yukine?
12.
12 will give you something. Yukine, you I'm just gonna give you a actually no, go ahead and roll me with disadvantage. Sorry, by disadvantage, roll me with minus a d6.
Okay.
Roll me the religion or history, whichever one is higher.
They are the same. 19. God
Okay.
damn!
19.
Jesus!
Well, goddamn.
I rolled a 1 on the negative d6 and a 19 on the d20. Jesus.
So, unfortunately, I don't have a picture for it, but they are doing battle with this fiery demon with 9 tails.
God damn it.
However, Yukine, holy shit, is that the... Like, this is probably on the equivalent of, just to give you an idea, you know what Shilong did in last DMC session where he, just zipped around a creature and, hit it a bunch of times? This is about that level of shocking, to give you an idea of this. As this is the magic run wild of a kitsune separated from its body.
What the fuck?
Yopright, with a 12, you look at this and you go, wait, what the fuck? Is this a kitsune? Wait, those exist? Wait a second.
They're real.
I mean, I guess it makes... Wait, those are real? I mean, I guess in this world, what the fuck isn't real? But wait,
Yeah, I have a gauntlet on my arm that has a sea serpent, a flaming general, and a bitch inside of it, so why not?
Are we supposed to do something here?
More of like a... feel it even without aura sight. We keep going.
I mean,
That's
I guess.
Demon, right?
Yeah, that's... No. It's a... Well, actually, rather than saying that, he's shouting over the wind, I imagine. Just going... No, it's the magic of a kitsune, separated from its body.
Well, let's just keep riding.
Wisp of flame gets shot out, and there's like small little, almost like smaller fox-like demons as each one of its tails becomes it dissipates as it fires these blasts of flame until it only has one tail, and these blasts of flame begin to attack one of the creatures before the small creatures are attacked themselves, like the small kits of flame. Before they, and once destroyed, they return to the main body, and another tail reappears as they seem to be doing battle. She's just staring back.
You don't suppose a gauntlet could absorb that, do you?
No, I don't think so. But like, if it did, I think it would get mad.
Fair
As
enough.
there's yet another
Let's
explosion.
check. Then yeah, let's keep riding. None of our business.
Yeah, as all of you, ride through and have to dodge explosions, as this is going on. One of the weasels rushes forward almost like a whirlwind of slashes, and you basically have to, one of you has to duck down so they'd go over the top.
The weasel. I deflect missiles. The weasel.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can. Roll deflect missiles. I'm going to roll an attack.
Okay.
I'm curious.
So because I always need to double check. So I deflect missiles. D10 plus Dex plus monk level.
All right, so, let's see.
16.
Nice.
16. Oh my goodness.
Do you throw it back at the Kitsune magic?
How many? Well, hold on. Let me just roll a dice for its whirlwind. That would be, at this point, it would have 4 attacks.
Fuck.
So it's 4. These things get out of hand.
Yeah, no, these things are awesome and kind of scary.
Like they're not that strong in the beginning.
Okay.
2 sets 4d6 plus 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's plus 8. There being others of them doesn't matter for the purposes of deflect missiles. And I rolled low damage. You basically go there and manage to basically palm the weasel and just barely manage to not get a haircut in the process.
So Mike where it goes now, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yopurai looks over at the Kitsune fighting against or the magic Kitsune fighting against all these barrets against all odds on its own. Yoparai's gonna throw the weasels at another weasel.
All right. And all right, so that will be all right, so you throw it and D4 hits it and it's like they run after you, but you're just gone by this point as they can't keep up.
I just look over at Yopurai like with a look of like, was that really necessary?
It was coming at me. I defended myself.
He was coming right at me.
And the Kitsune looked like it could use some help.
One of you would have had to jump over an explosion, but there were other weasels around it. It wasn't aiming for you.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, so for wait, say again.
You gotta have horses and bikes jump explosions now.
Basically, yes. Just weaving out of the way, leaping over. Oh man. But yeah, as that happens, you all keep going. It's like, how are we gonna get out of the deep wood? And about 30 minutes later, as you're looking around for what's gonna happen, you manage to get out of there and save 2 hours on your travel day.
Oh, we saved 2 hours.
Somehow, yes.
That's
neat.
All right, cool.
As the day is, you are further. So here's the thing. Here's how this works. You guys are further in time by like hours, but you're basically at your destination is the thing.
Oh boy.
That's because remember, distance works differently, but time is also a factor. So time passes very quickly. It was one point in the day, You come out, it's a completely different point of the day, but you look around and you're like, wait, where are we? As you know, you guys stop to get your bearings and see, holy shit, the castle is like right
We
over
just
this, like right
look
over
around. I imagine like Arya flies up, Yukine
Can
jumps
you
to the
tell me
top of
where
a
Senna's
tree.
castle is?
Yeah, Yukine jumps to the top of a tree, Arya flies up, they both simultaneously come face to face with a massive castle. Oh.
Yeah. As
Castle's right down the street.
Yeah.
Time to hide the bike.
So, allow me, this is the first time I'm actually getting a chance to describe Senna von Blanc's castle. And this is describe, as I do not have a picture or anything like that. This will be a description. So, let me go to my notes and the whole thing. That's disturbing. Anyway.
That's not comforting.
Okay. As you all stop, hide your mounts, do what you can, you see, just as you all get close enough to actually lay eyes on the castle, there are hills that kind of go up and around it. There are trees that are cleared, maybe a mile worth. Not cleared so there are no trees whatsoever, but just from the front door. Cobblestone path laid at a light gate, less of a gate, more of like a small break in what is natural and what is very obviously not. You have a fountain that is probably somewhere around 15 to 20 feet in radius. It's rather big. And a small ring around that of what seems to be shrubbery that has odd flowers growing on it. There's what seems to be a semicircle path that almost makes like that of which you would enter and park at the front before continuing back around on your way out. Large doors, somewhere around 10 feet tall. They are large double doors, made of fine wood. You can tell even from this distance, you can tell that these are maintained. They do not, even in the area it's in, it should have some growth on it. As you see, the castle around it, specifically around the towers, as there are 4 towers at each edge of the castle. They spire up, and there's ivy and vines growing along its perimeter. The towers themselves are almost how do I put this? Cliche in a way. They end in these conicular, these tops. You see as the front of the castle itself, the front walls, while there are windows specifically at a higher portion of the castle, there are no windows on the lower end, and only parapets, thin. And the only reason why you notice this is because you see a man with a large axe as he ushers a woman to a carriage that is awaiting her. And he helps her step aboard. As he does this, he looks to the castle itself and makes a motion as arrows are fired out ahead of her, and it's what seems to be almost like fairy fire hits through. Once again, these parapets are hidden with illusions, but arrows come just spearing out of them and hit, almost exploding in front of her, in front of the carriage, as these bursts of lights to make sure nothing invisible. This is a spell that you know of. Something that can help find invisible creatures or objects if the light attaches to them.
Mm-hmm.
Some of
so
you
they can't hide in
are
that way.
Mm-hmm. So even if the clearing here looks like there's no one, this right here is to make sure. Once the knight seems content with this, he motions for the driver of the carriage to move. As he bows with the carriage's departure. And you all just get a fairly decent look at the man. And I will post their image. Hopefully.
Hopefully. I know I have them here. I'm just hoping that, I see. They are not where I last put them. Would you like me to pause?
Yes, please. As he waves Senna off, and you all get a look at the knight for the first time.
Holy shit. Okay, he looks badass.
Yoink.
And as they stand there, they begin. Senna's carriage begins to roll away. They look at the setting sun, and they reach their hand out of the shadow that's beginning to grow from the castle, as their hand begins to light a flame. They just squeeze it and turn, sweeping their wing almost like a cape back inside as they go through these double doors, and looking around, you can tell that this place has 4 floors. Well, rather, there is the main building that sits in the front seems to have a 4th floor. Behind, you can see that this almost rectangular building that rises up. It does not have 4 floors per se, whereas the 4th floor seems to just be this open tower with just this barrier around it that would seemingly to stop things from falling off it. The towers, however, rise to the full height of the full 4 floors. And it is hard to see beyond the walls of this castle, as much of this building seems to be handled in such a way that privacy, except from above, is most important. There are trees on the hills around it. It is almost not pushed into the hill, but it sits on a spot where the hills are almost flush with the 2nd floor in terms of height, so that it rises above just a bit. And as I mentioned before, the front path, there are no trees. Long sight lines. As you are all kind of left, this being the first vampire's castle you've ever seen, it's a little small when the stories make them out to be, but still pretty sizable considering you have to go in there.
They wouldn't have stayed hidden this long. It had been bigger.
And it is a bit intimidating. Not gonna lie. The first one of these you've come across. Knowing that everyone in there is probably under Senna's control.
Felix looks focused. He was taking in the knight's movements.
He's kind of inspecting, just kind of looking at the exterior of the castle, seeing if he can spot guards or anything like that.
No. It is hard to really spot any guards, except for, especially since it is dawn. Well, not dawn. It is nearing sunset. Maybe an hour till. No.
We take the time while we still have sunlight and look for you guys a way you plan to enter.
You guys have maybe hour and a half.
Unless you plan to join me on the direct route.
I don't think that's wise.
Whether we're finding oneself is something we can control, but rather we make the preparations anyways to go in unnoticed. As
Let's cycle from the tree line.
yeah, okay, let's start looking for looking for an inn.
He'll look to Wells. Do you plan on going in with them, or are you going to stay out?
I'm not letting them go in alone. You kidding me?
Would have questioned why you came with us if you'd stayed outside.
Depends on
Also-
where you keep the medic.
Exactly. If I came with you all and I stayed back here, that means you would have someone to pull you back if things go wrong. Someone to fall back who can heal you.
Consider
Well, let's begin.
yeah. As
Alright.
his mantle shifts to hide him within the surroundings, you guys start to move.
So, I'm going to give everybody one action roll thing you want to do to basically try to gauge what basically to do before this as you're looking or trying to do something to find an entrance of some kind. Each one of you gets one roll, one action. It doesn't have to necessarily be an action. It could be, hell, it could be something that takes 10 minutes, 30 minutes, it doesn't matter.
We have an hour.
So one
Just one thing.
Yeah.
one thing you want to do. I am going to make Leon's a perception check.
Fair enough. It's probably
Fair.
smart. Let's see.
Using Dickie's sort of knowledge of another vampire castle he's been part of, could he, I want to say, try to investigate or perception another entrance in here that might be less conspicuous to go into, using his knowledge from Camilla's castle.
In that case, I'll say I'll have you roll the perception check, as you and Leon will pair up on this then. So you and Leon will pair up on this, and you can roll the perception check, and he will be giving you because of his advantage on perception and him helping you, and you both have perception proficiency, you will get 2d6 onto this roll.
Oh.
This is the beauty of doing advantage the way I'm planning on doing it.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
I don't have any fate points.
Well, that's the
Now,
ugly side of doing advantage that way.
Yeah, I withhold advantage.
I guess that's the ugly side of doing advantage
That's
that
the
way.
ugly side of doing it.
I withhold advantage.
Oh, that was
Wow.
so fucking that
is-
timing. This is the beauty of doing advantage the way I'm nat one. Okay, all right, got it.
Well,
Working as intended.
give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna see. Does our boy have any resources, and would he help by using them? I think he would. Is the thing.
Yes, I think he would.
But I'm also seeing. Does he have it listed? And I know he has it listed somewhere. Question is, where is it? Because I
Oh, wait.
not
Wait a
used to
minute.
navigating his sheet. What's up?
Did we get a fate point for taking down LaFosse?
Yes, you guys should have. That's a heroic deed. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. In that case,
All right. Well, I'm still gonna look through a sheet to find this, but at the same time, yeah.
That just came to mind, and I was like, oh shit.
24.
God damn, where is it? Frustration. But yes, that is certainly enough. He's also at 0 fate points. It's in the inventory. Yes, he is also at 0 fate points. So says his inventory.
We kind of went from one boss fight into another, so that makes sense.
But yeah. With that, with the 24, the two of you are able to, basically circle around. Tiki, he has very good vision, especially with the eyes of the eagle. His senses are sharp, and with eyes of the eagle, his eyesight sharper. And you have the knowledge of how these things usually work. While it may not be the safest, sewage is still needs to be processed, even if not for the vampires, for their livestock.
Uh-huh.
So there would have to be a sewage hatch somewhere. Whether it's big enough for you all to get into, that's another story, but that's what you have him look for. Something that should allow you all to entrance.
I can't wait to go through the what's her name? Sanguinary Cistern.
Guys, monster
lovely.
infiltrating vampiric associated castles with sewage? This is becoming a trend.
I like our splitting up better. I like our splitting up trend better.
I just want to point out, rat.
Rat.
So
yes,
we are splitting up. You guys can go through the sewage, and I'll go in another way.
You do end up finding a what seems to be some waterway. You find two entrances with that 24. You find one on the far right side and one on the far left side. However, the one that is spotted on the far left side is firmly locked and will not be able to give entry. The one on the far right side, however, it seems like they're... Yes?
When you say locked, what do you mean? Like, is there...
I mean that it looks like it is a circular hatch that is pressed into a wall, and has bars as well as grating, making it so you wouldn't even be able to squeeze through. Even Tiki wouldn't be able to squeeze through it.
There's no way to unlock it.
It is locked from the inside.
So I have this funny thing called Shadow.
Oh.
Hmm.
Arya,
Shadow
Pixies,
infiltrate his body.
So
Leon could Misty Step.
yeah. If that's the case, upon getting close to inspect it, I'm going to. Is that what you're going to be doing during that time? You're going to go with them on the left side. I'm going to be referring to these to east and west from now on. So the western side is where the locked and grated kind of area is. The eastern side is where it is just locked and has seems like there it is a spot for sewage to leak out of.
I guess what's the advantage of going in this way as opposed to the already open way? Because I don't want to spend too many resources here already.
So, it's hard to really say, as both of these are two subterranean ways in. So, really, it's hard to tell. What is what it does seem to be clear is that on the western side is where the stables are. Excuse me. And on the eastern side, it seems as if there's just more building.
So something I would like to bring up. Oh, sorry.
Well, no, please. That's just the difference there. The western side are stables, and there is actually a path for the there's a path that it goes basically above where that grate is. That for the beasts that are in there to ride out.
So, something I would like to bring up. One of the things that we are looking for here, it is very possible that the two boys that we are looking for are in the dungeons. And the sewage is mostly there for the livestock of the vampires.
So dungeons.
So it stands to reason, if not leading directly to it, it would give some clue as to the general area. But it's also sewage, so it's up to you.
Yeah, like it should. That should
dealt
run
with
over.
worse.
I mean, we have just recently we dealt with something far more horrifying.
So something I'd like to try, Sebby.
Go ahead.
I am going to tap the I'm going to tap the diamond in the pommel of Starletto and kind of go around the perimeter of the castle just to see if it notices a strong spellcaster or the nearest spellcaster within 1,000 feet as I trace the perimeter for 10 minutes.
Please go ahead and give me what's it called? Could you give me the description of that specific ability?
Okay, I'll read it verbatim. While attuned to this dagger, I was one section down. Twice a day, refreshing at twilight, you can tap the diamond in the pommel as an action, which will cause a dagger to gently pull towards the nearest and strongest spellcaster within 1,000 feet of you for the next 10 minutes.
Nearest and strongest.
Okay. That is
nice thinking,
Dragon. Nice thinking. Okay.
I'll be honest, I remember this so vividly because I'm like, fuck, I should have done this when we were fighting Lapasi.
Anywho,
Learn from
So-
my mistakes.
You'll have to use both of them in order to get all the way around without giving yourself away. Because
Sorry,
I
say that
believe
again.
it only lasts for 10 minutes, correct?
Yep, only 10 minutes.
So you'll have to use both of them in order to get all the way around the perimeter without giving yourself away.
I think that's fine.
So it's the nearest and strongest. They're at first, well, really what ends up happening is that you pick up a very obvious signature. There is someone that the dagger pulls towards the dagger pulls towards the eastern side of the building, and more strongly towards one of the and that's first floor. Yeah. Second floor. Yep, that's the... It seems to be pulling towards, the eastern side of the building. And closer to the first tower upon entry.
Okay. Obviously, once you Bright's done, you will report all the information to the rest of the party.
Now, with that, all right, that's actually really good. Yeah, no, there's a strong spellcaster that is not below ground or anything like that, and it's pulling you further up. Rather than like on the first floor, something is pulling you further up. You can't quite make out whether it's like second or fourth, what floor, but it's pulling you up. So it's somewhere on a higher floor on the eastern side, closer but not quite, towards the one of the towers. The bottom easternmost tower. So, there's that. So that's what you're doing.
Bottom of the eastern tower. What's the other one again?
It's pulling you bottom of the eastern tower, not quite, but like towards the middle, pulling closer towards that. Like around there, pulling up. Somewhere between the second and a higher floor, but it's not the first floor, guaranteed. They are not on the first floor.
Okay. Thank you.
And as far as going around the entire area, Felix is within 1,000 feet. They pull to this thing, not him. So if that gives you an idea of like the range, Felix is within 1,000 feet, and this thing, and it's pulling towards this individual, not him. So they are a stronger spellcaster than him.
Gotcha. No, good to know.
Concerning?
Yeah, just like reporting all this information of like we're a powerful spellcaster probably located in.
Hmm.
Nod.
Um.
And also
And
that
with-
they are stronger than Felix, at least in terms of
Yeah.
spellcasting.
I have no idea how they'd take my glyphs in the first place, and
They would count. They would count you as a spellcaster of probably being the highest level of glyph you have.
fair.
Okay.
But yes, and once again with Tiki, that area with that seems to have like the grate and the bars. From what Leon can see, it is probably not. It's probably not going to be quiet to get into that. It does not look. Well, I mean, it doesn't look good, but it doesn't look. It doesn't look like it's bad off. And the sewage that's coming out of it is more of a red mush variety than anything else.
Is it just a lock?
A lock? The lock would be hard to see, but he does have the pixies. They could fly down to see. However, it's locked from the inside.
How wide are the openings in the grate? And could Tiki squeeze through them?
No, not even Tiki could squeeze through it. One of the pixies or Arya could go through it, but no. Shadow.
Through to the lock?
I'll fully admit I'm more willing to risk a pixie.
Hmm.
Fair enough.
What was that, Felix?
Can you get an arm through the bars to the lock?
No.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be kind of stupid.
So to give you an idea, you could the grate, the grate seems to be between the grate and the. Actually, let me get my tape. Get my tape here.
If we didn't have a way to unlock it already, I would be thinking more about the rune stones that I have. I think I could do something there, but I don't think it's necessary.
So there's about 2 feet, a little bit more, but 2 feet between where the grate is and the bars with the locked bit is. So the grate you would have to try to move, as there's no lock there. It just seems like it's sealed. It just seems like it's sealed. That right there could be moved over to the side. It's not it's just because of its weight that it's actually just sat there. It's just using its own weight to keep it in place. The bars, however, are beyond that, and that's where the lock is. The lock doesn't look like anything special. Even if the pixie was to look at it, it doesn't look like anything special. Probably a lock meant to keep normal kind of intruders out. Not super high security. On the eastern side, there's a similar locked once again from the inside circular path, but that one does not have a grate, and there is no red mush, but there is sewage. Once again, whatever that red mush or whatever it is, it's not a pleasant anything on the western side. But on the eastern side, it's still not pleasant. But there's no scent of blood, at least. And there's no grate. So if there was going to be a point of entry, getting in through the sewers on the eastern side would be one way. On the western side, it seems like while it's doable, you'd have to basically move the grate, then unlock the gate and like push it open. So, yeah. On the other one, you just have to open the grate, which, you guys can figure that out. So, yeah. So that's Yopurai. That's Leon and Tiki. Yukine, Felix.
Felix, you can go ahead and go first.
Hearing rather quickly that they found some ways in, Felix would be more investigating the building itself.
Okay.
Because that's where he's headed.
How would you like to investigate this building?
He would likely take notes of the shapes, kind of pace out the halls, so eyeballing it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing roughly what kind of mobility is going to be within the building.
Okay.
Not much in-game help, but kind of a...
I'd say at that point, give me an intelligence check. And I don't believe you have any relevant tool or skill.
No, just pacing it out to say, hey, if I've gone this far, then I'm likely going to box myself in a room if I go through this door or something like that.
Okay.
Of course.
Right. 2023.
That 2 or 3.
I think 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
Well, we'll say we'll
like
put
2.
2 for now. Yeah. Our resident elf has something they'd like to do as well, but for now let's go with Felix. As you start pacing through the mapping it out, trying to get an idea of it. Or you hit something that kind of is a little screwy and it kind of messes with your plans. If you were to assume standard halls, this place would be big. More of a fort than a castle. But from all you know of Senna, which by this point you all have a all right understanding of the type of person she is, this place is not it's not made to be this defendable location. It's made almost like an illusion, like a facade. It's a face you put on. It looks from the outside like, it's a fort with a rather fancy entry, just like entrance. But the towers don't go over the buildings by enough. Even with that display you saw earlier with the parapets, which speak to there being potentially secret passages within the walls of the castle itself, it just doesn't sit right with you. It just feels like a big show. This right here speaks to what you were told, that this isn't her actual place. This is meant to look like a fort, and even some of the coloration is made to kind of almost seem like it's more trying to resemble a castle. But there's just something off about the whole thing. It just doesn't look as if... It does not give you the right feeling of this is a vampire's castle, but it also doesn't give you the vibe of this is a defendable, secure fort, a location to strike fear into the hearts of people and to be defendable against, attack. Neither of these statements feel correct. And it leads to...
Don't get me wrong, but...
Oh, it's good. But that just adds to that trick. This place was chosen and made to perpetuate Senna's facade. And now that you know...
This is everything she has.
Exactly. It's like, oh, well, this place, I want to be comfortable while I'm here. Oh, well, I still need to do my job. That's why it's defendable like this. It's just... Once again, assuming normal hallways, it doesn't add up. Assuming that rooms are placed in a certain way, like there's no guard post outside. There's no barracks. There are walls. Now, you're no expert mage who can actually pull off such a maneuver. However, even with low-level magic, you can assault this place with fireballs at the walls. The moment one person gets shot through one of those parapets, a well-placed fireball will curve into those parapets and burn whoever's on the other side. Those towers, if nobody's there, patrolling,
watching,
then they're useless. There's no one visible on the walls, so there's no deterrent. Even if they were a thrall or something of that nature, some show of defense during this time would be something. There's none of that. It just does not feel right. It feels as if this place plays into Senna and her whole face. But the thing is that it doesn't feel like it's meant to trick you. Somebody who knows what they're looking for.
It's meant to trick people who think this is Senna.
Mm-hmm. So just looking at the whole thing, it's just like you end up going with the intention of looking for one thing, but just every time you try to like think of a way to break through the defenses, you don't even need to try. It's almost frustrating since this is the first time you're assaulting a vampire's location like this,
and it feels
and yet
lazy.
Yeah, like in your simulations, you prepared for entire like fortified locations. You know, vampires who think with 80, 100 years plus of war tactics and knowledge. And this
one
feels...
I need to be a distraction and get the attention of the knight. All I gotta do is walk up to the front door.
Yeah. Like if their only way of detecting you is they have people watching from, you know, like through like peepholes effectively, like if you were just fast enough or with a simple invisibility spell, or if you flew over, it just feels too easy to be a defendable location. And Senna is a supposedly baroness.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna have Stern Wells go.
I was muted. That is fine.
Sister and Wells are going to they are going to use Mask of the Wild, as well as her movement speed and the stick and move feature from Pugilist to effectively get moving, get like a good bit of speed and above, and try to almost see if there's anything that they can see just looking off at the top, like from the cliff, through the windows. And she is going to, during that, use, like, stash away most of her stuff and some of her clothes and things. And she's gonna have made a, like, makeshift, like, spear and a bit of paint to make herself look almost like someone from the wild running with their dog, like rather than a well-trained doctor. And just in case anyone sees them. And I'm going to have her use Yep. I'm gonna have her use her performance. It's not her best skill, but I think it's the most fitting. Actually, athletics could also work.
Yeah.
To look the part, yeah. So, D20 plus 8. $21.
Damn.
With her and sister, they go and stash most of their clothes and things, going almost naked, but for basic, but for something around their waist, and almost like a like a cloak or something that was like almost folded and like wrapped around their chest as they take their spear that is little more than a sharpened stick and run with Sister as they take off most of their stuff, barring a magic item or two. But most of it goes away, like even their gauntlets go away. Most of their stuff goes away. But they begin running, and they are not seen, but they are able to catch glimpses from the windows that are there. And the one thing that they are able to tell are that the windows are mirrors, not windows.
Mm-hmm.
The windows are not, like, this place does not have sunlight protection effectively. Albeit it's very unlikely for this location to see much sun other than from the top down. None of its windows have any form of sunlight protection. They are all just mirrors. Maybe two-sided glass, as some of you will have probably come across this. Tiki, you know about this stuff. You just do. Yukine, you've never heard of it. Yoparai, you might have been in some, ancient ruin that had something of this nature. Same, Leon could roll for it, but otherwise has no reason to know about it. Felix, you know about this stuff, you just do.
Well, what is it?
It's like two-sided glass, like the stuff that you would use in interrogation rooms.
Mm-hmm.
One mirror.
Mm-hmm. One-way mirror, yes. All right. And so yeah, using both of her moxie points and Sister going as well, they push as much as they can, and they also use some of their boots of speed with that bump their speed to 70 feet with the boots.
Nice.
They use some of the time on those. Basically get us to see as many of them as they can without actually and get back into the tree line, as they will jump with a high jump into a tree and jump away from prying eyes. It's hard to say if anyone saw them. They don't think they were seen, but now that they know about the mirrors, the one-way mirror, they're not sure. God damn, 11-foot hop.
God damn.
Oh wait, no, not 11 foot. No, 6, 7.
I think it would be 8.
8-foot hop. Yeah. 8-foot hop. But yeah. So Wells goes and puts him on. Gets dressed again. And relays this information. Yukine, what will you be doing?
Before I say what I'm going to be doing, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to use Zara's Commune with Nature, it only has 300 feet. Is the scale of this place enough that wouldn't be particularly useful?
Let me go back and check. I believe it will be. In fact, rather than like making it will be. Yes. You will probably have to get on the cliff side, or rather to the tree line of said cliff side. Okay. But that will work.
Okay. In that case, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm drawing a bit of a blank on things that haven't been already done. So I think I'm gonna summon Zara and ask him to ask the land for information about.
Zero will put a paw to the ground. Aid me. As there will be granted information. What, as this is a commune with nature spell, what do you get from this? What are you asking for?
3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area. So, the ones I would like to choose are. I don't know if terrain and bodies of water would count the sewers. Why not? Buildings. Powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead. And terrain and bodies of water.
Okay. Terrain and body of water. Okay. Which else? Powerful, like, okay, wait, what is it? Buildings is this one. The buildings is this one. It just lists this building.
Oh, it doesn't list anything about the building?
Well, that's my question. How much detail do you get from this?
It
What
says
does
you
it say?
gain 1 fact about them.
1 fact about them? Okay.
Yeah. To 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate. Oh, wait, no, it's not 3 different subjects, it's 3 facts. Okay, my bad.
3 facts about one subject. Okay.
In that case, I will go with about the building, because that is what we are scouting out.
Okay. 3 facts about the building. Okay. Man, I don't.
It is a 5th level spell.
True.
I know. I'm just more looking at this like, man, I want to give you something that's useful here. But I'm also looking at it and going, what the heck can it even give you?
Actually,
I don't know what.
Instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area. Okay. I guess it is. I guess it can be 3, it just doesn't have to be 3 different ones. In that case, we will go buildings, powerful undead, and terrain and bodies of water. Sorry, I thought I'd read it correctly, but it was a bit more complicated than I initially thought.
This goes from there.
For example, you could determine the location of powerful undead in the area, the location of major sources of safe drinking water, and the location of nearby towns.
Okay, Okay. Oh boy. One fact about each of these. All right, let me see. Let's see which 3. Okay, so about the building. The underground is connected to the main building via a passageway. One fact about a powerful celestial, fae, fiend, or elementals or undead. Choose one of those.
Undead.
Okay. Okay. Doop-a-doo. All right. One fact about them. Since there's no specification, do I just go for the strongest undead there?
I guess whatever the land deems to give.
Give number, you could give all sorts of stuff.
Okay. Okay. All right, dragon, flip a coin. Heads, it will give the number. Tails, it will give the, what's it called? It will give one fact about the strongest undead there.
You want me to flip the coin?
I want you to flip the coin, because I don't trust Felix. But at the same time, is
the coin has now been brought into my attention. So let me take my earbud out and mention a different coin. Don't take the first coin you find.
All right, you heard him. Don't take the first coin you find. It just has to be something with a heads and a tails. It doesn't necessarily have to be a coin, but go for it.
Heads.
You could suplex a furry. Does it work?
All right, yeah, it's heads again. Yeah, all right. Come on back, Felix.
He can't hear
Come on back, Felix. Can't hear you? All right.
Yeah, he said he was taking his earbud out.
All right, well, it's heads, so it'll be number. Fucking Felix.
I'm still flipping. Still getting heads.
You're welcome. That coin's now cursed.
Alright, cool. I need to destroy this coin.
Alright, well. Okay. So it's gonna give you the number of undead. Allow me to start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Number of powerful. So you don't need to.
Oh, well. 3. There are 3 powerful and undead in there. There are 3 powerful undead in there. Alright. Next, in terms of terrain and body of water, they have a drinking well. I don't know what to tell you. There's not a lot for me to give there. The hills that are here are solid.
All right. That was a Hail Mary a little bit. I was kind of hoping the sewers would count as bodies of water.
They're not. No. They don't. If it was like an
fair enough.
Water,
no, fair enough.
Aqueduct. Aqueduct.
That was just a Hail Mary.
Yeah, if it was an aqueduct or something like that, I could say yeah. Unfortunately, it's not.
You do know it connects to the building now, though.
I do.
Definitely. Be a passage, not just a hole in the floor.
Yeah, not just a hole in the floor. There is a passage connecting the underground to the main building. Would this individual count as powerful? Hold on, let me think about it. No, really. Okay, hold on. What do I constitute as powerful? Does CR5 count as powerful? Does the land count CR5 as powerful?
Does
I
the
don't think the
land
land
look
counts
at
as
it
CR5.
and is like, man, that's a problem.
Man looks
not
at the
really.
CR5 creature and looks at the person who can cast the level 5 spell.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, you make a fair argument. Never mind. It's 3 creatures. Yeah. So yeah. So that is what you get there.
I will convey that information to the others. Other than the hills are solid part.
I imagine we gather back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine we meet back
You all
up
gather
and
back
convey
up.
information to each other.
Mm-hmm. As you share information about what's what, who found what and where.
Where's I don't know.
Oh, he's the outfielder.
Oh my goodness, no, not that again, even though I love that joke. But, with that being said, you still have hours. The moon will likely be up like her, well, sorry, never mind, there's no moon this night. Yeah, this is a new moon.
Double moon.
Tonight, double new moon. This night will be as dark as it can be. You guys will be moving in as much darkness as you could possibly get.
See,
This isn't your average normal day every type of darkness. This is advanced darkness.
You get starlight.
You have starlight, but
Plus
it's not enough
cloudy.
for like. No, it's not cloudy. In fact, it's a beautiful, clear night. But you guys have time to rest.
So,
Damn it.
here's the question. Do we want to wait till the next day and go in when it's bright out?
Well,
I thought your duel was tonight.
yeah.
Is it?
Your duel will be. Yeah, it would basically put it this way. It would have taken you guys. Well, actually, no. It would be the next day. Hold on. Let me just look at our calendar. Hold on. Let me check the calendar.
Time skips instead.
Hey, give me a second. Looking
I
at the
know it'd be the
calendar.
13th if there were 7 days.
Yeah, so you guys did all your fighting on the fucking, what was it, the 6th?
Yeah, the 6th.
Yeah. So the 7th day of your whole, like, you know, rest. And then, you know, you guys leaving the for the place, setting off in the morning. It is tonight.
Oh, it is tonight?
It is tonight.
Tonight.
God, that scared me.
Okay, good to know. Then, yeah, no, that's not a consideration.
But yeah.
My vote, just among the party, my vote is we go in through the sewer. Like, as much as it is nasty, I feel like we're better served for what we want to do here.
Which side?
I want to stay the less bloody side.
Wait, was there 2 sewers? Did I miss that?
I believe
one
there were
has
2
the red
entrances.
mush. The other is pure sewage.
Okay, then the one with the human sewage. Because it serves us better for what we're trying to do.
Still none.
I'm not role playing this. I'm talking in the meta.
Oh.
I said to the players.
Normal sewage.
Normal sewage?
I will avoid deciding this part for you guys for reasons.
Dragon?
Hello.
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 Normal sewage or bloody
Hi.
sewage? My vote's for normal sewage, because we're one of the people that we're looking for could potentially be a prisoner here.
I'd say normal sewage makes more sense. Blood sewage if we're looking for that smoke.
We're gonna find smoke either way.
I know, but that smoke. You know what I mean.
That's. Ome, what about you? Alright, thanks for your opinion. So I guess we're going normal sewage. Does Wells have anything to say about that?
No. No, Wells has no problem with going through sewage.
Alright.
They'll just basically be keeping their gun on them, mostly for emergencies. But while they're underneath, it's like while they're underneath the ground, she'll be more willing to pull it out.
Actually, just check before we go in. Does Wells know how to use this? And I pull out the incinerate gun.
The disintegrate gun?
Yeah.
No, they are not proficient with that with futuristic weapons.
Okay, I had to check.
They are.
Because they know
They are not proficient.
Okay.
No, they are not proficient with futuristic weapons.
Good to know. By the way, this is the first time you've seen this, Felix. No, I guess we've decided we're going.
How long do you want me to give you?
Y'all think like 20 minutes? 30 minutes? I think 30 should be plenty, right?
Depends on
building.
Yeah, it depends on the scale of the underground there.
True.
Thing is that once he goes in, there's no do-over on that, and you guys could always wait if you end up getting.
Again,
you guys.
Yeah.
Committing at that point.
If you could give us like an hour, that would probably be more than enough time.
So I will actually say to do this part in what's it called?
In character?
In character.
In character.
Okay. Then you go ahead and start, Felix.
Where do we want to pick it up from?
When you want to go in.
Okay. Since I'm going in through more obvious routes to keep the knight's attention and kill him, how long do you want me to give you?
Looking at the scale of this place.
It's a facade.
What? Oh, right, you already told us that. Yeah. An hour should be more than enough time, and we can just wait for whatever signal comes. Which I imagine
Try to keep
you
track
won't
of it as
exactly-
best as you can, though I know it's going to make it a little difficult beneath the ground.
Give us an hour. Should be more than enough time. Anyone have an issue with that? Looks at the team
No, I
that's
think
going
that
in.
should be. I think that should be fine.
You're the ones who are gonna have to stand down there with that stuff for an hour. He laughs.
I'd rather small smile. Rather stand in sewage for an hour than mess this up. Stakes here are higher than pretty much anything we've done so far. I think it's better.
Keep an ear out in case. Noisy.
Felix?
I'll also keep an ear out to make sure nothing gets too noisy from your guys' end.
That would be appreciated.
Anything anyone else needs before we go for this?
May check some of his pouches. Just final check over kind of thing.
You all hear a stampede of hooves right around 9. Kind of, sort of. Right around 9 o'clock.
The wild hunt begins.
As you and as you all kind of hold to the tree line but try to like look over to see what's going on, you see one skeletal horse and probably somewhere around 6 nightmares.
Oh.
And
nightmare.
Nightmares as in the mare, the horse.
Fun.
As you see vampiric soldiers riding horseback as they ride out and start passing what seems to be going disturbingly close. But you all keep low and they keep riding off. And as you come out of your hiding and look, you see Bloodcaller. And don't come back! Not till you show that you've cleaned this place up a bit. See you when you get home! As the knights, as Bloodcaller is standing probably on one of the towers with a rifle on his shoulder. He seems to, it's hard to tell, but he seems to almost be playing up the theatrics and almost chuckling a bit at the whole thing. As you see the knight walking out, seeing his men off, he looks up at Bloodcaller and they shake their head, and it looks as if they put one hand on the fountain, almost as one might put on a table to throw it over. But nothing happens. From this distance, it's hard to see any detail. But for all of those who are watching, there's an anger, a hatred, and for a moment he does think to grab a piece of this of his mistress's lovely lawn decoration and throw it. But thinks better of it. It would be bad for her to come back to her home broken. So instead he doesn't. As all of you, as well, whoever you're looking at, be it the knight or Bloodcaller, you just see him is looking at all this as he jumps off as he just holds on to his hat. This is gonna be one hell of a night. As he just is jumping off, his coat flapping in the wind before he turns into a wisp of flame and is behind the walls. You see them.
Sorry.
No. It's just the knight. The knight just throws their axe over their shoulder and walks back inside.
Yeah. Yukine just under his breath. He seems excited.
About how many vampires passed?
Ooh.
You mentioned a bunch of horses. Were there some on foot?
There were probably only about 4 on foot, and on foot is putting that mildly. They were speedy, and they looked less like soldiers and more like almost like rogues in the night, just running across the field. Anyone who has seen Hellsing Ultimate Abridged and remembered the storming the Hellsing estate, they're running like that. It's disturbing to watch. They're basically running at a speed that is disturbing to watch. Felix, that's about the speed that you
running.
Basically, Felix, that's they were running at the speed that you run at, and it's like, oh, well then, fuck, around 60 feet. Their cloaks were like whipping behind them. They had their face covered and their hoods up for the most part. And the ones who were on the horses were more heavily armored.
So not the most numbers that have left, but
you're unsure, but I mean, depends on how much of a facade this place actually is.
At least a few less. Let's see how much they actually had.
Oh, a few, just from Wells. Oh, a few less. Yeah. That was what, 6, 7 horses, 8, and like a bunch of guys running behind them.
Everyone less in that building is one less that we need to worry about.
Yeah, well, everyone that's in that building is one that's in that building. God, I hope it's empty.
You know, there's at least 3. Because I don't think any of those were the ones that the Opera felt. No bar any weekend they felt.
Goody.
Probably here to deal with one.
Looks over to Wells, just thumbs over to Felix. Tell that to him. As they walk back over to start checking their medical supplies. And
anyone else?
Yukine notices how he's started inconsistently saying we when referring to Felix and the group, and at other times it excludes him. Just look at himself like, what do I do?
Huh.
Weird.
But yeah, that's Wells is doing one last check of their gear as they're like making sure Sister has things attached to her and that she has things attached, like all of her stuff is set and ready. Her bag, like if she had a bag with her, it's over here. It's back with the mounts. The Banehound is gonna wait to since there didn't seem to be any night hordes, they're going to wait until Felix heads off to howl.
Excuse me. Look. I don't pat the Banehound, but I do. That is his instinct, and then he stops himself and just gives a like wave of affirmation kind of thing.
It would be 9 o'clock at this point.
Go ahead.
Oh no! I was just mentioning the time, and just so in case you get, depending on when you guys wanted to set off. But I will go quiet now. This is your guys' time.
Any thoughts on when?
Seeing as how soldiers have been sent out, now's as good a time as any.
Don't worry about where, but that's a problem for later. He kind of scans over the group, taking them each in. Wells, I hope if they do anything stupid, that you can pull them back up.
I'll patch him up.
Tiki, you're one of the sharpest minds in this group. Keep your wits about you. This isn't a time to be nervous. You know what you and that thing inside you can do. Do it.
Tiki just nods.
Deacon A. I don't count many among people I'd actually call friends, especially out here. They're a type of found family since I was raised by the Order itself. I do consider you one of them. Make sure you come back to me.
Oh. He looks shocked, but he will smile and give you a nod.
And Yoparai. He starts walking towards you and reaches behind his back, and he pitches a small pouch at you.
I'll catch it.
Big fast.
Look at it.
And he pulls something else out from behind his back to hand to you.
What's this?
Your lack of ranged weapons is frankly a bit disappointing. If need be, this should serve you well.
Yep, right, will take and just... Thanks.
I posted it in more room if you don't.
Yeah, I see it.
And for once, Felix seems a little lost for words. He's not sure how to say this next part. So he just walks up next to you, puts a hand on your shoulder, kind of looks up to you from the side. I know you're one who'll get the job done if it needs to, from the way you talk about him. If it comes down to it, I trust you to take him out.
Your trust is well placed.
Make sure you come back to me, cousin. And he walks off.
And with that, Felix of Ecclesia walks into the night and finds a spot amongst the tree line to stalk his prey. And Titan's Blood begins their hunt, their ascent from the bottom of the castle all the way to the top. As that is where we will end.
Boy, you better mean the Shinkichi side, because I swear to God, you keep secrets.
And that is where I will end the recording. Sevi, is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah. Tune back next time. Let's see. The plans for this castle were finalized.
Start from the bottom, and then we work our way up.
8/7/2022, August 17th, 2022.
Near 2 years ago.
Now I can finally build the damn thing.
Also, fucking hello there, friend. Your coming was foreshadowed many a moon ago to me.
That was literally the beginning of the campaign. It's been forever.
In 2019, Sebi talked to me about this gun specifically.
Yes, I did. So I want you to understand how
I'm gonna
early
end the
I had
recording.
things planned.
So,
Oh, it wasn't over?
Yes, because you kept talking!
I mean, if